If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Thank you very much, Claire Marie, because this is Friday, live from the good old studios of Degas, also known as Fastport Studios. This is Road Gang Radio. Our phone lines are open, 615-292-6366. Also known as Nemo, and that voice is Jimmy Mack. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, Phone Master Dre. Each day a little bit better. Each day ahead a little bit out of that cloud and that fog, but I know you're still wrestling with that. So everybody over here in Nemo Nation at Road Gang Radio, and of course our friends at We Should Write, all appreciate you making that drive from Ocean Springs and making your way down. Speaking of people who didn't finish the drive, dig this. An Amazon trailer was left abandoned for several days on the shoulder of Highway 97 in Oregon this week. The trailer was left on the shoulder of Highway 97 near Lava Butte, just south of Bend, Oregon. By the way, Bend, Oregon is actually the studios where they made the video game Days Gone.
Ooh.
You know that one, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know what's really cool about that one? Might be a little bit too soon, but in order to make that game really work, you've got to actually do motorcycle maintenance. The whole game is dependent upon how you treat that motorcycle and how you upgrade that equipment, and how you maintain the fuel and how you maintain, the spare parts and all that groovy stuff. But according to the Central Oregon Daily, Amazon investigated the abandoned trailer for several days after it was tagged by the Oregon Department of Transportation, but never revealed whether it was filled with packages. The company did explain that it does employ contract drivers to haul these trailers. In other words, Amazon did a little CYA, little ACYA. Amazon covers your ass, you know what I'm saying? By Wednesday morning, the trailer was hauled away. It is unclear who claimed the trailer. No further information has been released. Meanwhile, some 5,000 miles away, a Brit was trying to reclaim some of that squandered Christmas spirit. I mean, leaving packages on the side of the road. Come on. There's a Brit, however, a sandwich shop proprietor in England, attempted a Guinness World Record by spending 42 consecutive hours singing Christmas songs.
There we go.
42 consecutive hours. Dave Purchase, a.k.a. Mr. Toasty of On the Toast Sandwich Shop, decked the halls and closed the store inside of Gloucester's Warehouse 4, attempting the record for the longest marathon singing Christmas. The record before them was 40 hours by Confident Survival Aong in Nigeria in 2024. This would-be Prince of Kringle, Purchase, 38 songs, including traditional classics like Jingle Bells, as well as more modern Christmas hits from Mariah Carey and Wham. So I guess all he wanted for Christmas was to give his heart to song. He rotated through the tunes and finished after singing 684 songs. He was joined at various points in his attempt by a dementia choir, a children's choir, and festive locals. You know what a dementia choir is?
No, not
That's
at all.
people who have dementia and Alzheimer's who use choir as therapy to maintain their ballast on Earth.
That's so beautiful because whenever I saw, what was the one video where the lady was she was a ballet dancer back in the day and she was starting to remember things and she started to dance as soon as she heard the song. And she just started to recite everything, and then she had different memories come to it. That's beautiful. All right, continue.
They will put headsets on people and actually play music in their ears, and it will stabilize them. That it actually returns them to a place. Dementia choir, a children's choir, and festive locals, and some dude named Niles Hannah who simply stopped in for a sandwich and then couldn't get away. I'm not sure if that's true. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Hannah.
Hannah who?
And a partridge in a pear tree.
I'm putting in my resignation right now.
Hey, guys, have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Live your best life on Live 365.
If you want to live your best life.
You can also give your heart to iHeart, which is where you can hear us. You can yak it up on the tube of you, as Joan and Earl Lovey did this morning when they told us all good morning, family. Good to see you both, Earl and Joan. As always, welcome aboard for the ride. There's all kinds of places you can listen, both during doing the live from 7 to 11 on iHeart on Road Gang Radio, Tuesday through Friday, on this freaky, feisty, flinty, and very festive Friday. As Christmas is right around the corner, the shop around the corner. We will be announcing on Monday on Nemo Nation our scheduling that we will have for the week of Christmas all the way up to New Year's. A lot of days off. We've never had this kind of model before, Dre. Always worked around the clock, 7 days a week, holidays, all that kind of stuff. And we've gone down to a smaller scale and at the same time a bigger platform. So we are constantly working out ways that we can take breaks and we can recharge our batteries. How is your recovery going, by the way?
It's going good. I am on the physical, on the outside. Things are coming together, especially with my face. And soon I will be talking to a dentist and see what my options are with that. But man, internally, that's something I'm gonna have to get some X-rays because here and there, these little things are just throwing me off. But I am very thankful for the surrounding people I have that are there if I need anything at all. But I'm staying strong. I'm feeling good. I'm happy to be at work, and we'll see what happens throughout the holidays because I kind of think it's a little blessing in disguise that it's happening at this time to be able to give me recovery with the people that I love.
Yeah, and I'm really thrilled. Like I said, when we first saw those pictures, it was, I mean, I can't even imagine what it was like for you. But to watch, watch your kind of slow and steady wins the race sort of approach to the situation, And it's funny because I don't know if you guys know this, but every morning I'll get a text from Dre that says I'm running a little bit late, and then he doesn't. It's really funny. It's like, hey, man, I might be there a little bit later. Traffic's really bad. And I'm like, okay, I mean, Dre could get here as late as like 6:20, 6:30. So when he says late, I'm always thinking like 20 minutes to 7. And I said, we'll get through it. 10 after 6. Door opens up, and there's Phone Master Dre having made that long journey from Ocean Springs here to the city of New Orleans.
Yeah, because I feel like you understand this in truck drivers where it's like, hey, man, if you're not 10 minutes early, you're late.
Overpromise, underdeliver. Not my friend Phone Master. He underpromises and he overdelivers.
And thank you very much. And another aspect that you and also truck drivers will understand, it's like, God, you got like, especially truck drivers, and I know a few of mine that have been through some accidents and stuff, but it's like, you have a good pain tolerance, but man, whenever stuff like that happens, and it just happens, you're just kind of sitting there being like, because my buddy came in there, he's like, buddy, how you feeling? What's going on? I'm like, man, I'm great. I met the coolest people in the EMT, and then I got in here. Isn't she cute? Isn't she such a sweetheart? And he's like, God, he got you on some good drugs. I'm like, I got the drugs of adrenaline, man. I'm happy to be alive.
More importantly, when you were in the ambulance, you were in your shorts. Which was awesome, as opposed to being in your undies.
Bro, sitting there and then feeling the breeze, and I'm like, because they came in, they're like, oh, do you want a gown when you leave? And I'm like, nah, dude, I got pants. Oh, all right, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought I was just in my underwear, so I'm very thankful that I have pants on. But I have jorts now. That's kind of cool, man.
They call me the breeze.
But then at the other point of view, I was like, hey guys, these are really nice jeans and I love them. Y'all cut them in half. I know y'all are looking out for me, but what pisses me off more is you didn't have to because there was nothing wrong with my legs, but I understand what you did.
I see what you're saying. By the way, we actually got more information. It turns out that someone rolled the stop sign. Dre had right of way, so make money.
Oh, we'll see. And they're wanting to do me this kind of little GoFundMe thing, and I'm like, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
A lot of kindness has been offered. A lot of folks have kind of stepped up. We have kind of kept a low key on that per Dre's request. If that changes, we'll let you know. Good morning to the Grumpy Pete. Good morning to Joe J. Good morning to Brad Bentley. BB the King. It is time for the college football playoff. Star Driver actually points out that it is a sad day in the NASCAR world. We'll be reporting that on the other side of the break after we do our pledge, national anthem, and a bracing cup of Java from John. I do want to remind you that we are a trucking news and info show as well. One of the things we talked about with Bryce Mungen on Washington Trucking Week yesterday was interesting because, what OOIDA is actually saying is that it's actually getting behind the efforts of the senator from Wyoming to have an expanded radius of exemption. The idea that you can cross state lines, but that they want to make sure that it's within a perimeter. And we talked about the idea of Little Rock, Memphis, Chattanooga, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Louisville, the idea that, under 21 drivers can in fact cross state lines if it is with an exempted 150-mile radius. A lot of that, by the way, is part of the contentiousness as we bounce back from Gloucester, England, all the way to Washington, D.C. By the way, that's 3,600 miles. The Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot Program was, according to OOIDA, by the way, there's a lot I agree with OOIDA on. This is one that I feel like there's a longer conversation to be had. But they're saying the Safe Driver Apprentice Pilot Program was a failure, and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration should reject an exemption request that would allow it to resume. That was the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association's message in a December 17th letter to FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars. The letter was in response to the ATA's recent exemption request that would essentially allow an under-21 pilot program to have a sequel. This is what OOIDA President, friend of the show, Todd Spencer wrote. Over the objection of OOIDA and others, Congress authorized the failed Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot Program in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Since the pilot program's launch in January of 2022, large carriers have struggled mightily to find 18, 19, and 20-year-olds interested in participating. Rather than extending the pilot program for another 5 years, the FMCSA should focus on policies that can actually improve driver recruitment and retention. Current regulations require interstate truck drivers to be at least 21 years of age. CDL holders aged 18 to 20 are limited to operating in a single state. I think that part of what OOIDA is doing in regards to the conversation we had yesterday about allowing people to cross state lines, provided it's with an exempted 150-mile radius from township to township, city to city, hub to hub, I think is an attempt to say, look, I think it's their efforts to say, look, we are not opposed to the idea of limited driving crossing state lines, particularly when there's stuff in Texas and California where people are essentially driving thousands of miles.
Oh, God.
You know, I mean, long distances. This is everything is so complicated in the sense, I don't mean that it's like complicated, like there is no easy solution, but the interconnectedness of all of this needs to be addressed too. I have no problem with the apprenticeship pilot program. What I think OOIDA is concerned about is using it as a Trojan horse to say, well, let's tweak it again. Let's tweak it again until suddenly the under 21 pilot program is no longer a pilot program. It's just simply the legalization of anyone under 21 can drive across state lines, which, of course, many people, OOIDA included, feel is opening up the floodgates for depressed wages. We've actually had people on this show who were part of that pilot program who are great success stories. I don't blame OOIDA. And at the same time, there are players in this game of the apprentice program who don't have the same perceived agenda that the ATA has, if that makes sense. They're people who really want to have a pilot program. But there are so many other things that have to kind of get constructed around it to really make it work the way it should work. It is a very long conversation. It is a very complex conversation, and it is one we don't have time to have because we've got to take a moment here to do our pledge, our national anthem, get a bracing cup of coffee from Pastor John, and then I've got some sad news in the NASCAR family that Star Driver is in fact talking about. You heard about this as well, didn't you?
Yep.
Really sad. We'll come back on the other side, use this as a moment of reflection. We'll come back and we'll tell you about what's going on in the world.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're having an awesome day. Well, let me ask you something real quick before you get out of that truck and get comfortable. Have you looked at Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 32? If you haven't, I'm going to read it to you. He says, "For I have no pleasure in the death of anyone, declares the Lord God. So turn and live." You know what he just told Ezekiel to tell us? He don't want anybody to die without us, without him. He want all of us to live our lives to the fullest. But watch this. He said, "For I have no pleasure in the death of anyone." He says, when people die and they don't know him personally, he has no pleasure in that. But when people die and they know him, he says they're going to live. It's kind of backwards, isn't it? Sound like God speaking in riddles. But no, actually, when you die and you're a child of God, God says you don't really die, you go to sleep. But then when you're, watch this, a person that does not know Christ as your personal Savior, you die. That's not sleep. You dead. You're permanently separated from God. And the good news of the gospel is this. God says, my son has died for you. And all you've got to do is accept him. So my brothers and sisters, enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
He was picked by NASCAR as one of its top 75 drivers of all time. He was a Hall of Fame nominee for the Stock Car Series, and he drove for 18 years, always at the top of his sport. A lot of races, a handful of incredibly memorable wins. But what he's best remembered for was his selfless and tireless work as a helicopter pilot, supplying aid a year ago in the devastation left behind by Hurricane Helene. Our good friend Star Driver pointed that out as well in the chat. Of course, I'm talking about Greg Biffle. He loved flying, and he was in the air again Thursday aboard a small jet that crashed at the Statesville Airport north of Charlotte, authorities said. He was believed to be among 7 people killed, including his wife and his 2 children. He was 55 years old. A joint statement released on behalf of the victims had this to say. "This tragedy has left all of our families heartbroken beyond words. Greg and Christina were devoted parents, active philanthropists whose lives were centered around their young son, Ryder, and Greg's daughter, Emma. Emma was a wonderful human being with a kind soul who was loved by many people. Ryder was an active, curious, and infinitely joyful child." The statement identified the others on board as Dennis Dutton, his son Jack, and Craig Wadsworth, all beloved by many in the NASCAR community. He will be missed, and he will be missed most of all as a symbol of hope, with those helicopter blades rumbling and whirring as he brought aid and comfort to many people who felt that they had been abandoned. We will not see his like again. He was 55 years old, and that is way too soon for a man of his character, quality, and talents. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Rest in peace, Greg. And God, we haven't seen something like this since the Kobe Bryant situation in sports.
Yeah. It's and I don't know all the details yet. I don't know all the particulars. I will dig in a little bit later on into this. We got a phone call coming in. Who do I got?
Well, let's bring a little light to the situation. Florida man, what are you doing? Are you wearing pants?
What's happening, Florida man?
Yeah, or jorts?
I'm not saying nothing because I don't want nobody to know what I'm not doing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Got it.
Yeah.
You're a man that seems like you own jorts. Be honest.
Yeah.
That pause answered my question. All right, sounds good. Go on.
It is what it is, right? Long as it's comfortable, right?
What is up? What is up, Jody? What is up? What's happening, man?
All right, we're going to talk about this little pilot program thing that you got going on here. Exactly how's that going to work? Because, like, just for the argument's sakes here, say you got an 18-year-old coming out of Muskegon, Michigan, and he can go into Findlay, Ohio, right? But now he already went his 150 miles across the state line, so now you got to find a load going back up that way because you're not going to deadhead him all that way. So what's the plan here? Are they going to get left in truck stops for 2 or 3 days until that magical load pops up?
No, and I think, like I said, it's a crafted exemption, and this will make sense, Jody. And Bryce and I talked about this a little bit at length. A great deal of it is we're talking about construction companies, we're talking about grocery store deliveries, we're talking, you see what I'm saying? We're talking from one town to another. We're not talking about the kind of stuff that you're talking about. The exemption is to allow people that work for companies and work for construction and work for those kind of situations to kind of make those moves. And OOIDA is suggesting that it is about allowing people to kind of deal with what we call matching communities. Like I said, Louisville, Cincinnati, the idea of, especially when you get to an area like Washington, D.C., where you have Virginia and Maryland and Delaware, a whole bunch of stuff kind of crammed around that, and you're working for companies that actually have contracts right across state lines. It's supposed to function like ag. That's the best way I can understand it. The way an agricultural exemption would be less about the kind of work that you do, less about that sort of finding rates and finding freight, and more about working for an individual company. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Like down there in Flat Rock, throw them in a set of gravel trains because they got to go across the border sometimes there in Ohio and pick up loads of stone, a certain kind of stone, and bring them back up into Michigan, construction. Or sometimes they'll have a small job down there, have them hook up to a lowboy, teach them how to do that, and have them bring it, the equipment back and forth across the state lines. I get it now. I just thought it was going to be like Holland doing what we're doing to general freight, or something like that, going back and forth. That's what I was thinking. But to be honest with you, back when I was 18 and driving a 4-car hauler, I was almost on a daily basis going across state lines.
Right.
Way back then, and nobody ever said a word. I was taking cars down to the auctions down there in Ohio. So, I never thought twice about it. Matter of fact, we didn't even, as bad as it sounds, we didn't even run a logbook. I didn't even know what a logbook was, when I was doing that. So, oops. It's just the way it was. But no, I mean, doing what you're saying, that sounds like a good idea. It sounds like a really, really, really good idea. So,
yeah, and I think the reason that yesterday when Bryce and OOIDA came out in favor of it was also their way of signaling that what their concerns about the pilot program. That's a different thing. The exemption thing that the senator's bill is going to do is different from the pilot program. For those people who don't know, the FMCSA's pilot program that was passed in the bipartisan infrastructure bill allows 18 to 20-year-old drivers to basically engage in interstate commerce, which is normally prohibited until they're 21. You have to have a valid CDL, of course. You can't have any disqualifying violations. You must be hired by a carrier that's actually participating in the apprentice program. Even then, the carrier must apply and be approved by the FMCSA. It must meet safety performance standards. It must provide approved training and technology. There's a lot of stuff that kind of goes into that. And then there's a 2-phase structure to the apprenticeship. There's a probationary period and then an advanced one. The probationary period is 120 hours. The advanced one is 280 hours. The concern, Jody, is that they will use people not signing up for it as a way to weaken it and then slowly turn it into a Trojan horse by which they simply just onboard a lot of 18 to 21-year-old drivers for genuine OTR, interstate commerce sort of driving. That's the concern. The program that we're talking about with the city stuff is in many ways really just about kind of acknowledging the realities. Dean talked about this too, Jody. He jumped into the chat as well, saying it shouldn't be about state lines, but about radius of operation and supervision that gets a driver back to base repeatedly during the workday. And he puts in parentheses, emphasis on day and every single night, which means our friend Dean Croak and you see eye to eye on this. You dig?
Oh, yeah, and I'm looking at it as kind of like a schooling thing. Now, the other question is there going to be limitations like how we have 14 and 11? Are they going to be limited to like 8 and 10 or 8 and 11, something like that because of being younger and just getting into it, or are they going to have the same basic rules that we have?
Jody, I think if it operates like ag, and I still have a whole lot of questions to ask, but I think if it operates like an ag situation, those hours never come into question because they're back to base before they get down to that. I think the same rules apply in regards to the hours, but I don't think there's any overnight stuff here, if that makes any sense. I don't think they ever end up someplace where they have to stay overnight. I mean, and the rules apply. The 11-14 stuff, all the standard stuff is still in application. There's no exemption. I know why you ask, because of the ag thing. I think that unless there's an ag exemption attached, livestock, anything like that. I think the rules apply the same, but I don't think the rules will ever really. I don't think that envelope gets pushed in the model the senator is talking about, because it really is about, as Dean said, as you've said, radius, supervision, getting back to base during the workday, with the emphasis being on day. I think Dean says that very nicely, and every single night. I think that most of the people that will participate in this, I think almost all of them, will actually be home every night. I think that's how it's supposed to work. I think that it addresses a different problem than the idea of what the apprenticeship program is supposed to address, which is the idea of getting people behind the wheel of a truck and used to the idea of being over-the-road drivers before they're actually legally entitled to become one. I don't know if any of that made any sense, but it seemed to as it came out of my mouth.
Well, no, it makes perfect sense, because like I said, it's like an on-the-job training kind of thing, getting them prepared for where they hit 21. I was like, hey, now I want to hit the road. I want to go see Wyoming. I want to go see Montana. I know what it's like hauling a lowboy trailer or hauling groceries, or, what to expect, and yada, 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 yada. So it's kind of nice to get them out training at an early age to get them prepared for that kind of stuff.
I think so, too.
If you think about it, it really is. But I hope whoever participates in this has a good training course, because as you know, the training that a lot of us are receiving out here, and I mean the new people coming up, and I wanted to talk to you about that here because I have a question, but they're just not getting it. And my question was, last week I was at one of our yards where they do training, okay, and I know you're short on time, and I was picking up my trailer. It was a relay, and I grabbed onto it, and then I made me up some breakfast and was watching what was going on. There was a new student backing into a relatively easy spot, but new, a little bit intimidating. The instructor was standing across the aisle from him, and the whole time she never helped him once, and she had the phone in her ear. So I've been battling this in my head. It's like, should I say something to the company, or should I just let it go? Because she did absolutely nothing to instruct this new driver what he or she was doing right or wrong.
We can talk about this later at 8 o'clock, by the way. Phone lines are going to be open for a half hour before Terry Taylor arrives. I will tell you, I say something. I think we've gone too long with people not saying something. I think a culture of men from the 70s and 80s who believe not in tattletaling. This ain't tattletaling. It's a culture of safety. You got to maintain it. But we'll talk more at 8, Jody. Thanks for the call. By the way, Josh Lovan is coming. It's the fella from J.J. Keller. Love you, Jody. Talk on the other side. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, back on the road, and into the game.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Man, hit those likes, hit those subscribes, hit all the buttons, all right? Because this is Road Gang Radio, and we're back live with Jimmy Mack.
Hey, it's the fella from JJ Keller. You can go to the X, formerly known as Twitter, and find them at JJ Keller. Over on the gram of Insta, it's JJ Keller Assoc. That is ASSOC. On the tube of you, it's JJ Keller. And, of course, at LinkedIn, JJ Keller and Associates, Inc. There's a lot of stuff to unpack today. Our buddy Josh Lovan is back here on the Friday before Christmas on this flinty, feisty, freaky, and festive Friday. We are thrilled to have him here. Hey, man, good morning. What do you got planned for the upcoming Christmas holidays?
Man, I've got it's great to be here, by the way. I love your energy. And, yeah, what's not to be happy to celebrate right before Christmas, right? No, I've got a big family here in Arkansas, and we go to my folks' house, and I have about 25 people down there, and really look forward just to spending some time with family and away from work a little bit, and kind of get grounded on the farm, you know.
We are so big as a family down here. I'm one of 32 grandchildren on my mom's side, and everybody, of course, is adults now, which means they have families and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's turned into one of those Bible books of begatting, you know, so-and-so begat so-and-so who begat such and such. And so what we have to do is, along with having bigger family celebrations, we have to kind of divide and conquer. And so the Sunday before Christmas, every year, my mom, dad, all of their children and their spouses all go to Mass together, and then we go have our own little private meal on the Sunday before Christmas. And this is the first year, by the way, that I'm not doing a weekend show, which means I'm not going to have to race like a madman out of the show to head on over and join them. So I'm looking forward to that. That's kind of the starter pistol on what is Christmas for us every year. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm looking forward to this conversation, dude, because this is about the core issue behind the recent crackdown on CDL license fraud and trading provider compliance. Man, this is so up my alley. It feels like the second part of a double feature from the earlier conversations we've been having on Education Station. And I know it's your métier too, because you're a big proponent of safety culture, training culture, and the interconnectedness of the two. So can you talk about what the core issue here, and we'll just get right to it.
Yeah, I like that. You know, and we're kind of talking about the integrity of the CDL pipeline, right? From all the way from training to testing to issuance. And really we're talking about these CDL almost like puppy mills. They really began appearing in 2023 after the administration loosened certain CDL standards to kind of ease that national truck driver shortage issue that we always hear about. So they kind of eased some of those standards, and more work permits were being issued to migrants waiting for, say, asylum hearings. Well, several drivers, not knowingly, they paid for maybe short, fast-track CDL courses, some lasting just weeks, like a week, at schools willing to accept cash without really properly verifying eligibility. And so some drivers went to school for months, others went to school for just hours. And the administration basically said, hey, we need a standard curriculum, and we need to remove these bad actors from being able to teach this stuff at these training providing schools. And we'll kind of get into that, but it's audit season with the FMCSA, and for the CDL, the CDL training providers, these testing schools, they've removed 3,000 providers in the last couple of weeks, and they put 4,500 more providers on notice, basically saying, hey, you're going to go under an audit. Well, there's only 16,000 total providers in the first place. So you've taken 7,500 right off the bat and basically either removed them or put them on point. And it really comes down to some gaps in fraudulent testing, inconsistent training standards, and maybe even some questionable insurance arrangements that they have. But the FMCSA is basically coming out saying, hey, all these CDL training schools, we're putting you on audit. We're going to make sure that you have a standard curriculum to follow and that you are following it. And really the issue for me is
we've been over 40,000 deaths annually since kind of pre-COVID, or right around that 40,000 people fatality number every year since 2019, all the way up to almost 45,000. And if you're the FMCSA, if you're the head of that agency, and you're getting asked continually, what are you doing to reduce the nation's accidents and specifically fatalities on our roadways? Well, this is a good start, right? Let's make sure the training and the curriculum is adequate for these new drivers to get a CDL and be able to safely drive from A to B. So that's kind of really where it starts. And but yeah, that's a great lead off.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, and like I said, you've opened up a can of worms here with me, because I have so many thoughts on a lot of this stuff, because I think people don't realize that it's going to create a different kind of pressure as well. I've always said, imagine you have a kid that goes to shop in high school, goes to auto shop in high school, and then imagine they then in turn, rather than going to a 4-year academic institution, they go to a 4-year VOTEC. And that kid in VOTEC actually takes real legitimate 8-week, 12-week classes on CDL, on maintenance, on all of that stuff. And then imagine along the way at the community college, they pick up Spanish. So suddenly you've got this kid who from the beginning has a love of all things mechanic, a love of driving, and actually understands the rules backwards and forwards. Those people also, before they even get started, have a better sense of their worth, of how much they're worth as a driver because of all the things they have to do. The opposite of that is what we're talking about here, where we have people who are willing to be underpaid because they don't understand all the actual responsibilities that go into being a driver. So there is the unintentional consequence of it may mean that we're onboarding people at higher wages because they understand exactly what's expected of them and don't take a 5-year learning process to kind of move through it. It's not just the fact that there are people who are in indentured servitude out there on the roads. There are people who don't understand their value because of substandard training. Is that fair, Josh?
That's absolutely fair. People take advantage of often, let's face it, disenfranchised groups of people that are struggling and trying to do the right thing. A lot of these people going through, can you imagine if you're a 22-year-old kid trying to go through, or young person trying to go through and get their CDL, you think you're doing everything right, and you sign up with the school. A lot of these people that go through these schools, they're not the bad actors, right? They're people like my children's age that are trying to find good, reputable work, and they don't know what the requirements are. And you think you pay money to these training schools that they would have their stuff together, but oftentimes, in our case, almost 40% of all training providers have been found to be deficient in one area, at least one area or more. And so, yeah, it involves all that. So what you said is a great point. It just takes advantage of good people trying to do the right thing. Oftentimes.
And the other thing is, too, it's like sometimes they're easy to spot. Sometimes they're fly-by-night. Matter of fact, a couple of drivers over the last couple of days have sent me websites of places that promise you a CDL within 24 hours. I kid you not. I kid you not. And some of these places actually have the patina of looking reputable. The website's nice. They say all the right things. But can we kind of talk about how they run this racket? Because it's a racket. I mean, part of the reason that 30-day situation happened was the FMCSA is like, we're going to crack down, but if you feel like it's time to get out while the getting's good, maybe you should. And that kind of helps clear some stuff out of the system. But talk about how the cheating schemes work and why they're hard to detect.
Yeah, they're hard to detect because they operated in kind of independent, fragmented environments. You've got a lot of third-party testers. A lot of them are paid, and that becomes the biggest issue is third-party testers and relationships that can extend for cash, basically. And what I mean by that is in Minnesota, there was a group of drivers that were using Bluetooth devices to pass the right answers to the test to multiple people taking a CDL test in the state of Minnesota. It made the news about 2 weeks ago. And if there's a will, there's a way. And these training providers and some of the drivers that are testing through this, they basically are using stuff like Bluetooth and documents to get in. they're basically just cheating in class with nobody looking at them. A lot of those third-party testers, there's a way to administer a CDL kind of test, and a lot of these third-party testers are just basically saying it's open book, call who you need, do what you got to do, and they're just not adhering to the federal standards at all, and that's the issue. It's just so the gaps in consistency are so widespread that it's just really hard to get a consistent message across right now, and that's kind of what these audits are finding. What these audits are really uncovering, and they're using data analytics. They're trying to get people that have been told, like, hey, your story just a while ago, like, hey, I'll give you a CDL if you can. This training school lasts 3 days. You know, they're trying to get whistleblowers that knowingly have accepted a CDL from one of these training schools, and that's kind of how they're doing it. But they're doing it they're going to each school individually, and that's the right thing to do. Just look at that school's training records and make sure they're getting all those hours that are required, either in with an instructor on the road or in the classroom. And that's where a lot of these numbers are being fudged really significantly. Is, you know, there's a certain amount of hours you have to spend in the classroom, and based on the time it takes to pay for a CDL, you know, it's just not possible. So there's a lot of cheating going on. But to the drivers that are trying to get these CDLs, a lot of them, it's not obvious to them. So it's kind of unfair to the drivers a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, and I will tell you, you know, when this is something interesting too. When you want to start a new life, when you want to make a living, it's often, I'm going to tell people this, they don't want to hear it, but it's often, sometimes even when it doesn't feel quite right, do you want to be the one that blows the whistle and cuts off a possibility of a new job? That dangle of the new job, that dangle of a new life, that dangle of there's a whole world waiting for you, just take the answers and kind of roll on. Is this a failure at the state level? Because at the end of the day, and please, Josh, you're the expert here, correct me if I'm wrong, the state are the people that actually do the issuance in regards to who can be a third-party tester. And, you know, the third-party testers do not award CDLs. The DMV does that, but the DMV, if I understand correctly, actually goes off of what off the state's verification system based on what the third-party tester has reported. Is this something that is a state failure, a state-by-state place? And just asking, are there states that do it better than others?
Yeah, that's. I'll be just completely honest with you. There's some states that have completely dropped the ball, have knowingly issued CDLs when they should not have at all, when they have not met the requirements, the applicant hasn't met the requirements. California, for instance, let's start with there, just get right into it. Right now, they're being threatened to $160 million is being threatened to be withheld from the state of California because of how many gaps they have in issuing CDLs. Pennsylvania, it was just uncovered. If they don't get their acts together with these training providers, they get up to $75 million worth of federal funding pulled. Minnesota come up within the last 7 days. I believe it's $30 million. And on Monday, New York State got put on notice. So, you know, if you can imagine, if you've got 7,500 out of your 16,000 providers on that active registry, you know, over 40% of them, these are going to end up being all over the country. And a lot of states, like California, there's a lot of schools out there that have compliance issues. And that's kind of what the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration is saying. It's California, get your stuff together or you're going to risk losing $160 million in federal funding. Now, we'll say that a lot of these states are kind of in conflict with the administration right now. So there could be some political ploy into this entire issue, but for the most part, on the surface, it certainly appears that they are trying to tighten up the regulations because they are, as we talked about earlier, so consistent.
Josh, I'm going to actually let you off the hook here for the political stuff, and I'm going to kind of say this. They're right about the states you've named. There are a couple of other players who are more in line politically with the federal government who they are not pointing out. One of the other big violators is Texas. But that being said, Pennsylvania, The evidence bears it out. Pennsylvania and California in particular have got a lot of work to do if they're going to get that federal money. How about this? Saying just because they're not going after everybody that's doing it doesn't mean the people they're going after aren't doing something incredibly, incredibly wrong that needs to get kind of fixed. And I'm glad you put it that way about dropping the ball. Can we talk a little bit about, and we're kind of jumping all over the place, Josh Lovan joins us this morning of J.J. Keller, somehow keeping up with the rapid fire machine gun of information I'm firing at him with even better information. But Josh, can you talk about the overall effect on the highways and byways? Is that this breakdown, you talk about the 40,000 that Bars wants to bring that number down. What is the damage of this? I mean, we've seen it like in what happened in Florida with the infamous U-turn. We saw it on I-70 with the driver who had the green card from Cuba who hurtled down, a Colorado pass to disaster. But what is the overall impact of this? How does this impact everybody out there on the road?
Well, it just leads to higher insurance rates, your shippers, we're such in a sue happy kind of world right now. And it's not just the litigation part, it's people's lives. We got 40,000 people dying on the road, and for the people for the drivers that try to do it right, like going from in 2019, going from the hours of service mandate to getting ELDs in the rigs, you have people that are absolutely trying to do it right. And when you have a small group of people, say you've got even 5% that are bad actors, and when we're talking about 40,000 fatality accidents, a lot of those, you'll find a direct correlation between non-compliance and accidents, significant accidents. Carriers and drivers, doesn't have to be carriers. It can be owner-operators, contract drivers that adhere to the federal motor carrier safety regulations, and they do, they treat roadside inspections as importantly as they should, right? Those drivers that do comply with those standards, they're often hundreds of times, if you look at the statistics, hundreds of times safer. They care about what they do for a living. They understand that safety is on their shoulders. They got an 80,000-pound rig surrounded by four-wheelers. Those drivers are amazing people, and they always have been. But you take 5% and you release them into the barrel, it just clouds that water for everybody. And it kind of, right now, for me, truck drivers, it took COVID for the nation to kind of really start celebrating truck drivers like they always should have. But it just takes a few bad apples to really affect negative change for the whole industry. So I think ultimately, man, I think it's a good thing. I think obviously trying to get rid of people that don't need to be on the road. You hear all these horror stories that you mentioned about somebody that shouldn't have ever been provided a CDL ends up in a catastrophic accident, and all that outside of the tragic loss of life. It's just your insurance rates go up, dealing with shippers, and ends up being a lot more problematic from picking out a carrier based on their CSA scores. And so it really does trickle down to everybody. And from a monetary standpoint, it's the cost of doing business in trucking right now. It really affects all of that in a significant way.
Well, and by the way, this is a little bit of a taking an exit ramp here. You brought up the idea of 5%, and I remember I got in an argument with a person one time, prosecuting attorney, when I was back in law enforcement. He said, "Well, only one." He said only 5% of all the convictions in the area he worked are actually wrongful convictions. And I looked at him and I said, "You mean to tell me 1 out of 20 people that you've put in prison shouldn't be there?" And he looked at me and it hit him. So when you say 5%, I want that to hit on people. Think about if you have a quiz with, if you have a quiz with 20 questions on it. If you miss one question, your grade went from 100 to 95. That's what 5% is. It's 1 out of every 20. That is not. If you told me I had a 5% chance every day of winning the lottery, I would play to the end of my life religiously. And I want people to understand, even though you're right, 95% are playing by the rules and doing it the way it should be done. That's a big number. That's a gigantic number right there. All right, I want to give a little more hope here because you're a really smart fella. I wanted to ask you this. If you and I got a chance to sit down and really kind of right the ship here, so FMCSA cleans out the bad blood, and you and I get a chance to reimagine what this should look like, what a healthy culture of truck training looks like, where do you begin?
Oh, from the CDL guidance here?
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, that's pretty simple, and it's almost impossible to do with in today's landscape. But from a federal, and I deal with this at my job every day. There's the federal rules for CDL drivers, for interstate carriers that follow those federal interstate rules. But you get down to the intrastate only rules, even for an interstate carrier, if they have, say, city drivers that just stay in a specific state and they don't leave, those city drivers can take advantage of that state's intrastate DOT regulations. And for most of the regulations. And that's really where I think it causes issues for both law enforcement and drivers. There's just very little standardization from the intrastate regulations among all 50 states. The way state driver's licensing agencies issue CDLs, for example, it's greatly, the variance is so all over the map from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon. I mean, there's very little consistency there. So for me, until these states can actually get together at places like CVSA, and I go to these meetings, and you hear different states say, well, in my state, in the state of California, this is the way we do it. And it's like, well, in the state of Texas, this is the way we do it. Well, it's almost like you're just like, I don't care how you do it back there. Can we find a new way to all do it together the same way? So it's easier for human beings to understand the regulations when you've got to not only understand the federal regulations, but you've got to understand state-specific regulations for truck drivers. We could do a lot better job in making this kind of harmonizing some of these interstate regulations across the country. And that's my biggest issue, I think, and that's how you kind of really kind of drive in performance and improvement, is standardizing some of these standardizing these metrics and these processes, so it's easier to get an idea on trends where we need to improve, because we're doing that shotgun approach method where it's just all over the map. Everybody's doing their own thing, and when everybody's doing their own thing and it's a world of chaos, when everybody's running around with their hair on fire, something's going to get missed. In this case, with like non-domiciled CDL drivers not going through the right processes. They're talking over a 10-year period. This could affect 10% of our entire driver workforce. So some of these issues that don't seem like a big deal, when they go untouched for long periods of time, they become monsters in the end. And what you end up with is a lot of drivers that were never trained like they were supposed to be trained. And you got to remember, this, like 80,000 pounds going down the road at 65 miles an hour, you want somebody that knows how to have complete operational control and it's been completely trained adequately to drive that size of a rig in this country with as many accidents as we currently have. So again, that's a long-winded answer, brother, but it goes back to consistency and just making sure that everybody's doing what they're saying they're going to do. And that just means you can go through an audit really easily. And it's really easy to train when you got a simplified process when everybody's doing the exact same thing. So eventually, I hope somebody can get the gang together and basically harmonize some of these rules that are just so widely, they're just all over the map for these states all over the country, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, by the way, and our friends at the CVTA and, of course, the NAPF TDS are fighting an uphill battle, and I was always kind of amazed. I have really good friends over in both organizations, and I was always kind of amazed at, given the number of training providers there are out there, the percentage of people who were members of both of those organizations was much smaller than I thought it was going to be. And I would tell people that the other way, if people want to continue to hold on to stuff like states' rights or the idea of individual liberty of your own business, then the best way you can kind of ensure that is by joining an association. I would remind every single listener out there, by the way, that Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution in many ways allows the federal government to do a lot of things when it comes to interstate commerce, because that is the Commerce Clause, and that gives Congress, the moment trucks start crossing state lines, the power to have any sort of say about, how things move and how people get to drive across this country. I'm a big fan of states' rights, Josh, but when it comes to a consistent, measured approach to getting people behind the wheel of a truck, I would not mind if there was a more kind of uniformed sort of approach to all of this. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, hey, I'm a giant, and I mean giant advocate for state rights. I do absolutely believe that. But there are a few issues. There are a few areas or lanes like this one specifically. When it comes to CDLs, why is it so complicated across 50 states? What, CDL restrictions and classes. When I talk about state rights, I talk about the broader, more bigger issues. But for standardized processes like this, where people die as a result of nonconformance, I'll kind of stand aside and say, yeah, I'm not saying the federal government, there needs to be representatives from all 50 states, kind of like CVSA, but they've got to do a better job of kind of getting on the same page, because right now everybody's playing in their own room and nobody even knows what book half the other people are playing in. So that's the biggest issue for me.
Josh, I got about a minute and change left here. I knew this would happen. There's so much. I told you, I told you, brother, this is something near and dear to my heart. If you're a carrier or a training school, is there any immediate step that a person can take, an immediate step to guarantee compliance and avoid disruption? Because a few people just have to make a few tweaks. That's why they had the 30 days as well, to say, look, there are guys out there who are totally legit. Your back end is a little hinky because you're a small business. We get it. Get your books in order. So it was also to drive a lot of bad actors out, but it's also a way of saying, look, we know some guys out there in regards to what you're teaching is terrific, but there's some stuff on the back end you got to get in order, right?
Yeah, here's the deal. For carriers, if you're a motor carrier and you're sending drivers to these schools, make sure you verify that training provider is registered, has an active status on it's tpr.fmcsa.dot.gov. And I know nobody's going to remember that, but it's the training provider registry. Make sure those providers are on the training provider registry. That's a real easy website to find on Google. And only those that are listed on that registry are going to meet the ELDT requirements. You want to check that registry when you're even investigating where to send somebody, but even when they're enrolled, continue to check that. If a provider is put on notice, you're going to know that by going to this registry. So if you see one that's being put on notice, consider stopping until they've successfully completed that audit. Make sure that those training certificates that they've been in business for basically at least a year. But that's some of the things you should do is just you want to make sure that you get copies of all training certificates, test results, and MBRs in some kind of standardized file. For a carrier, you really want to build that redundancy, work with multiple vetted schools, and establish that internal compliance calendar for audits, instructor recertifications. And you really just want to kind of be all over this, knowing that 40-something% are in the wrong right now. If you're using these schools, make sure they're active, make sure they're not going under an audit, and make sure they've been in business long enough to where you feel like, hey, this group is doing a good job. But just don't tell the driver, hey, just pick a school, graduate from it, and when you've got your certifications, come back. That's probably the worst thing a carrier can do. Try to drive these applicants, these drivers into the school that you want them to go into. And that's a good start. But this will be kind of coming to an end at the end of 2026. A lot of these schools are going to be audited. So again, this will create a cleaner environment to where you won't have to go through all these hoops. But right now, do your due diligence, vet as much as you can. Don't be afraid to use Google, and where there's smoke, there's fire. So just pay attention to who you're using and make sure that they are compliant. But yeah, I like that. I appreciate that.
You got it, brother. And Merry Christmas to you, my friend. It is great to have you on the Friday before Christmas. Go enjoy that Arkansas-style Christmas, Ozark-style, or wherever you're going to be celebrating it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Josh Lovan, by the way, is one of those fellas from J.J. Keller. Terrific. There's plenty we left on the table. When we get him back next year, we'll probably be doing a lot of the same conversation. It's a big talk, by the way. It is subject for your perusal at 615-292-6366.
And that means Nemo phone lines are open. Give us a call.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Speaking of Lindsay Lawler, she'll be here at 9 in the center, 10 in the east as Road Gang Radio keeps on rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, wheels coming off, and yet somehow we are still rolling here. You can find us on iHeart. If you're not listening there, it's someplace you can actually check into when you want to be hands-free. Don't forget, when you want to do a little bit of typing and clicking and chatting, you can always make your way over to the Tube of You, as Dean Croak and our good friend Showtime did this morning. We'll get Showtime on here in just a moment. By the way, there's all kinds of stuff you can talk about. Just simply say hello as you pick up your cup of coffee from the digital diner that is YouTube. You can find us on Odyssey. You can find us at RadioNemo.com, Live 365. We are alive and well and living on at least 5 platforms live, including Facebook from 7 to 11, every day, Monday through Friday.
Hey, we heard it's good to listen to while you're shaving or in the shower like Marshall does.
I am down with that. When Lindsay gets here, by the way, she's going to have a little discussion with us on country and western music news about when to take down those Christmas lights, when to put up those Christmas lights. We're also going to be using country and western music news as a way to kind of discuss taking somebody home for the first time right around the holidays. And then finally, we'll be talking about ways that you can actually help your partner, artistic, your life partner, your collaborative partner, how you can give them permission to be a better artist. That will be a story about Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. All of that a part of the great conversation that Lindsay Lawler always brings for Lindsay Lawler's country and western music news, not to mention that we got a weird Christmas coming your way in the second half of the show and all kinds of other groovy stuff. And speaking of weird Christmases, when this half hour is all said and done, guess who's coming? Terry Taylor, Terry's Terrifically Terrifying Toys. It is Christmas time around 1313 Mockingbird Toys, and Terry Taylor will join us on this final Friday before the festivities of Christmas begin on a freaky, feisty, flinty, really fun Friday here at Road Gang Radio. Let's just jump into the deep end here and say it is time for Showtime. Good morning to you, my friend. And it hit me hard in the feels. I was aware of what Biffle had done with his helicopter during Helene. It just broke my heart. Do you have any more details?
Yeah. The only thing I heard yesterday was they were actually flying down to Florida to go visit Cletus McFarland, if anybody follows him on YouTube.
I do. I know who that is.
Supposedly that was one of the first texts that come out was from Cletus that said that they were supposed to be heading that way. And, from what I understood, they left the airport and apparently not long after takeoff had engine problems, radioed, and were trying to get back to the airport. And they crashed onto the airport.
That, by the way, that's what in many ways bears a resemblance to what happened to Thurman Munson. I don't think a lot of people who don't fly small planes, small engine planes, those kind of things, don't understand that a lot of times these accidents, the people who get into they're not sudden. It's usually a result of who's ever flying becomes aware that there's a problem and is desperately trying to get back to either where they came from or find some safe place to land. That was something of the hint of what I got there as well, too, that something had gone wrong and they were trying to mitigate it. People don't realize, man, it's like, when you crash in an airliner, there's a lot more room to kind of save people's lives. When you come down in one of those little planes, man, it goes really bad really quickly, right? Showtime, you still there?
We lose you, buddy.
I think we lost him. Did we lose ourselves? No, we didn't lose ourselves.
We're there.
We're going to see that. I'm going to drop Pack Rat into the conversation real quick, and we'll get Showtime back on the air as soon as we possibly can. Hey, Pack Rat, good morning. How are you doing, brother?
Hey, bro.
Well, I'm okay. I just have to give you an update on this job that that was going really good, and I thought was the be all and end all. Well, I got fired.
What happened?
Well, he used the phrase work style incompatibility, but it was just an excuse. He was asking more than I think I was capable of doing, or anybody was capable of doing. He wanted me to run 5 trips from Toronto to Gatineau in a week. Well, actually, north of Toronto, Bradford, Ontario to Gatineau, Quebec. It's a little over it's like 530 kilometers one way. It amounts to 3,200 miles a week, and that's what he said he had to get that truck to do to break even. Which is kind of weird. Like you have to run 3,200 miles to break even. You're doing something wrong. So he thinks he can get somebody to do it. I tried. I could do 4 trips, and that took 62 to 65 hours, and that was the best I could do. So he thinks he can get somebody who can do it. So the more power to him.
Well, the other thing is too. This is one of those Missouri moments too, as well, where I would be kind of like, look, dude, if you think it can be done, show me. Let's do a week together. Get behind the wheel of this truck and show me it can be done. By the way, I'm always open to that. When there are people who tell me, I want it done this way. I'm like, well, then show me. Show me how to do that.
Yeah, I wish I had a chance, because he didn't fire me. He actually had one of his surrogate come in the lunchroom and sit down with me. Here's your letter, and you're being released, and blah blah blah. And so you move on. But he fired me 2 weeks before Christmas. Like, I mean, it's
cold-blooded.
That was cold-blooded. Like, I mean, if you'd give me at least one more week there, I would have had another paycheck before the end of December. Right around Christmas time. It would have been half week's pay, but it's still better than a poke in the eye. So it didn't leave me too many options. So I called my old employer back, and I talked to the HR recruiting, the dude there, the recruiter, and told him what happened. He said, well, their loss, our gain. I called them Monday. I was back on the road last Wednesday. Like, I called them, so 2 days later, I was back on the road again.
Well, by the way, that speaks a lot about your character and about the faith that people have in you, though. So for all of the kind of nonsense of what happened there. But I go back to the same thing. Dude, if you think it can be done, show me. It's like,
I wish I could have told him, yeah. I wish I had had a chance to ask him, because we had talked about it. We talked about the thing is, he hired me. He says you can work the hours you want, you can work as hard as you want, or not so hard as you want. You can leave the hour that works best for you because the paper mill is open 24/7. It's just like all that stuff went out the window because he said he was losing money with 4 loads a week. He was losing money, and like I said, well, I don't have much for business acumen, but 4 trips a week, it's at 2,600 miles. A carrier wouldn't expect much more from a driver.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, I said the whole thing about show me. The other thing is too. It's like, look, let's say I've got 3 employees and 1 is falling short, and the other 2 are actually hitting their quotas. Okay. Yeah. Then I take the 3rd employee to the 2 that are hitting their quotas, and I say, let's do a little bit of workplace development here. This can be done. Yeah. This is how it's done. Let me show these people, let them show you how to do it. Let me give you some room to kind of maneuver here while you get up to speed to their methodology. But it just seems like, well, you weren't doing what I didn't tell you you had to do, and now that you're not doing the thing I didn't tell you had to do, you're fired. If I'm understanding it correctly.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, all right, just making sure.
He said he's had drivers do it before, or a driver. I don't know, because another driver that we're talking about, he says it's really not doable. You might do it once in a while, but you're not going to do it day in, day out, week in and week out. It's just too much to ask for one person, especially given the conditions you have to work under. I have to work my way around Toronto traffic, and then when I get to Ottawa, I got to work my way through Ottawa traffic, and then a certain times of day going across the river into Gatineau, you had to work your way through their traffic. You really had to thread the needle to make it work. And he says you should be able to turn it in 14 hours. The best I could do is 6 hours one way. And that's if all the stars are in perfect alignment.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, here's the thing. I mean, this is the thing. It's one thing to say, look, I need at least 1 stars in perfect alignment once every 2 weeks. You follow me? That if somebody comes to me and says, look, I need you to somehow help figure out a way to kind of manage your schedule in such a way that allows you to rise to heroic lengths at least once every 2 weeks, or whatever that number is. But once again, show me. Obviously, you've gotten this far. Something's doing it for you. Unless you have like an ELD that tears a hole in the space-time continuum and allows me to pass through 2 or 3 hours magically, I'm not really sure how I can push this any further and make this happen. Just an odd... It's just like I said, it isn't so much the reasons he fired you, was the lack of reasons that set you up for the termination. Meaning that people, when they get terminated, usually see it coming. You know what I'm saying? And the only people that get fired and don't see it coming justifiably is when there is a catastrophic financial failure on another end, where it's like, we didn't see this coming. I hate to let you go. But usually you let people know. I mean, were you given any advance warning? Were you just blindsided by this employee showing up, sitting down, and giving you your letter? We're just losing people today. Just strange stuff going on with our phones, man. I still got him there. He is a gone pecan. We will reach out and figure out what's going on there. Phone lines are open. We got a few people that are still calling in. We're still kind of measuring stuff over here. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Don't forget Terry Taylor is going to be on in just a moment here on Road Gang Radio. I got him back on. I got a Showtime on. Is that what? Sure do. Hey, Showtime, welcome back, brother. What's happening?
Mexico. Hey, Jimmy, I hit a dead spot out here in New Mexico.
Good, brother. I got you back. Welcome back. What's going on?
So to continue on the quick thing we were talking about, they were actually in a private jet. They were in a Cessna Citation. So that's a fast-moving jet, and there were 7 people on board.
Yeah.
So, and of course, you're flying down to Florida, so it's full of fuel. So when it landed, it caught fire, and I've seen a few brief videos, and you could just tell on impact that no one was going to survive that. So it's just sad. He does so much for the community and different things that I have a couple of friends, John Roberts from Fox Sports, who was good friends with them, and I've been with John and them before, and they've talked about how nice Greg was and everything else. So he was actually on the one show yesterday, and he's just devastated right now. So it's just a sad deal overall.
Yeah, and I just want to put him in perspective for people. His NASCAR exploits are well known. But last November, he was named the recipient of the National Motorsports Press Association's Myers Brothers Award for his humanitarian aid efforts in the wake of Hurricane Helene, before most of the country actually even knew anything about what was going on and how bad things were over there. Western North Carolina and East Tennessee, of course, are what I'm referring to here. He was 54 years old at the time. He had already boarded his personal helicopter, delivering aid to the flooded remote region, and just making a lot of miracles happen. He was deeply invested and deeply a part of Operation Helidrop, and he spearheaded NASCAR's mobilization to help people get food, water, medicine, clothing, housing. By the way, do you know about the trapped guy? You know the story about the trap guy where he signaled Biffle help with a mirror? The guy got a reflection going from a mirror.
Yeah,
And,
there was a local station, hang on here, I wrote it down, WFMY, and they did a little story on him just recently about that. And, they were flying, and a guy had a big, 2-foot round mirror and signaled him. He said if he wouldn't have caught that out of the corner of his eye, he would have missed him.
Yeah, it's a crazy story, and by the way, I can't. I mean, look, most people who are pilots are very, very peripheral and have a sense of that. I can't help but think that part of the reason why he caught what was going on was his long times on the track and on the stock cars circuit. I just can't help but think that he was uniquely positioned as a hero in that helicopter to really help a lot of people. For those of you who don't know, once again, he won 54 races across 3 of the circuits, got 19 in the Cup Series. He also won the Truck Series Championship in 2000 and the Xfinity Series title in 2002. This is a seriously good driver. Beyond.
And I think in 2005 he finished second, if I remember him saying right. Otherwise, if he would have won that, he would have been the only driver to actually win the championship in all 3 series.
Correct. He's as close as anybody has ever come. He's the Bill Parcells of his profession. He is the closest anybody's come to doing it in all 3. Nobody's gotten that. Nobody's gotten closer than that. That's it right there.
No.
Just sad.
Sad deal. Hey, and also the guy from J.J. Keller you had on today, you guys forgot one thing. When we have these big truck crashes, it fuels the anti-truck trucking lobby. Those people just come out of the woodwork, to try and put more restrictions and stuff on us because of these unqualified people out here driving these things.
Well, that's the whole conversation, and look, I'm happy to mix it up with anybody who wants to talk about the impact on rates. I don't think that's how the game is played, but I do think that a safer working space actually encourages a better class of people to join the already qualified people out there on the road. And when the safety people show up, so many people who are qualified, I think, are attracted by a certain level of independence. And I think that often, how did Louis put it the other day where he told me, he said, look, our heart goes out to these people. It does not give them a license to put restrictions on us. They don't know. Yeah. They haven't done the work. They haven't been behind the wheel. Right. They don't understand what's going on out there. God bless them, and whatever we can do to help them with their grief, but it doesn't give you plenipotentiary power to put restrictions and actually reduce. And you ever notice that most people from the Safety Coalition, when they do introduce safe ideas, it actually makes things more dangerous?
Yeah. Well, great example. What happened after the big truck crash in Colorado? They all came out screaming, we need to put automatic braking systems on the truck.
Bad idea.
So now we have those, and they're garbage.
Well, worse than that, and by the way, what happened over there, an automatic braking system in that situation could actually could have flipped the truck. I mean, can you imagine? Well, I mean, just bad.
But by the time the brakes are so hot they weren't working, you can have all the automatic systems you want. If the brakes are hot and don't work, you can stand on them all day and nothing's going to happen.
Right. Yeah, the problem wasn't the brakes. The problem was that he was in a position that the brakes didn't do him a damn bit of good because he'd crossed the point of no return on that 70 accident. I mean, just he
right.
didn't and he didn't By the way, the safety thing was have somebody that actually understands the roads they're driving on and understands what an escape ramp is.
Right, and don't forget this: be able to read the signs that say escape ramps left lane. Remember, he couldn't read and speak English.
He could not. He could not. He could not.
But we're the problem.
Well, you are the problem because you're talking
I
sense.
I know that. That's why I call in and talk to you, Jimmy, because I'm always the problem.
And you're a deep problem, by the way. Showtime. We do have to get our good friend back on the air here. We have to get our good friend back on the air here. But it's good talking to you. Thanks for thinking of Biffle. I was thinking of him as well, and I'm glad you brought him up earlier because it gave me a chance to kind of open the door in this conversation. Safe driving today,
thanks,
okay?
buddy. Appreciate it.
You got
Gotta
it,
be
man.
careful.
You too as well. Always good talking to Showtime. Guys, don't forget, we actually will be announcing on Monday what our holiday plans are. We've got some programming stuff coming up here. We're going to be taking an extended break up until the new year, but not quite just yet. Nemo Nation will continue, and we'll have a Tuesday show, but I'll explain what's going to be coming up on the other side of all of that. I do have time to get Pack Rack back on the phone. Let's do that now.
Get back in here, buddy.
Hey, dude.
Good morning.
Hey, going to. I'm in Arizona. And I hit a dead spot. So, but anyway, yeah. I had no warning. I did not see this coming. I'm just sitting in my lunchroom, and his office administrator comes in with the file and says we're releasing it today, and so that was it. You move on.
That was the ball game. I'm sorry to hear about that. Here's the question. So when do you start getting paid for the new old job?
This is the problem I have here. Why I didn't want. I was kind of hesitant to come back here, but it was just convenient. They have like a 2-week holding period, so. But they will give you money ahead of that, so I don't know. Every pay me, I kind of guess as to how much money I will get. I didn't know what else to do because getting onboarded 2 weeks before Christmas is hard. Like there's other weeks I could have went, but getting onboarded in 2 weeks, I may not have got a trip in before Christmas. So it was just convenient. It was just being pragmatic.
I understand. Buddy, I am losing you. You sound like Charlie Brown's teacher combined with a Cylon Raider. I got to drop you, but I love you. When you get to a better spot, see if you can give me a call then. We'd love to hear from you as well. Thank you, Pack Rat, for the call. Keep us up to date on what's going on there, and we'll get a chance. We'll talk some more football. Got another phone call coming in. Who do I got, Phone Master?
Who that is?
Who that be? Who's on the phone? Who we talking to?
Hey there, fellers. How have you guys been?
And the Weasel. Doing good, brother. How are you? Welcome to Festive Friday.
I'm not doing too bad. I'm glad the wind went down a little bit. It was a little bit of a bugger up here yesterday.
Yeah, steady at 40 and then whipping close to 100 at times, right? If I got those numbers correct. Pretty nasty. Where is it settled in on? Where are we at now in regards to the winds that you're dealing with?
Well, I'm way down south again, South Dakota, down where it's warm.
I understand.
But I went down to, I've been doing some short stuff so I can be home for all that festive crap next week. And but anyway, went down to pick a empty up to bring back up here, and they weren't in a hurry for it, and my people didn't really have anything for me to do, so I decided I could probably make it, but why take the chance? And so I took the day off down in Nebraska.
Nicely done, by the way. Let me ask you a question about that, and people can jump in on the chat for this conversation too. Talk to me about the thinking. Like I said, it's obvious, in how you work that you have to make decisions like this, hard decisions like this. Talk to me about what kind of things go into you making the decision. You know what? I'm done. Even if I could maybe get some run in here, I'm going to call it a day and put myself in a position to maybe succeed tomorrow. Talk to me about the decision process for you when you're deciding to maybe shut it down in the face of weather or a situation you're not comfortable with.
If I'm not comfortable, I don't go. But yesterday was nip and tuck. I could have slowed down. I'm 90% sure I'd have made it. But I deliver new trailers, and they get a little feisty if they take a detour getting to the sales yard if they happen to fall over and take a nap coming up here. So they weren't in a hurry for a trailer. I brought them 6 already this week, and they have to put reefer units on them. I know they weren't in a hurry for it, and they didn't. My boss didn't have anything for me to do, and so why take that 10% chance?
By the way, thank you for actually playing percentages properly. When it comes to gambling on a potential win, if you have a 90% chance of winning the bet, you take it. When it comes to your life or your safety, if you only have a 90% chance of actually getting out alive, if you tell me that you take that trip, there's a 1 in 10 chance things go really wrong, that's a good cutoff point. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Actually, I took off our yard yesterday morning. I knew the wind was coming up. I took off about 4:30, thinking I'd be down there and beat the wind, and I didn't. It was blowing 30 miles an hour straight out of the west when I got there, and 90% of what I had to do to get back up here was going straight north. So I'd have had a straight 30-mile-an-hour wind with higher gusts. And on my side on an empty trailer the whole way out. And that just was not going to be worth it to me.
That's not worth it.
And, you know, if I'd have been pressed, if they, no, you have to get it up here. Yeah, I could have slowed down and stayed off the interstate most of the time. And actually 90% sure I would have made it. But no one was in a hurry, so why should I be in a hurry? And now that I'm a day late, something else popped up. I can get a few extra miles in before I go home. So if I'd have done it yesterday, I'd have been sitting at home this morning. So it turned out better for me this way.
Unbelievable. Like I said, I mean, it's just one of those things where I think people don't play the percentages right. It sounds to me like you played them absolutely right, guys. Don't forget, if there's a 1 in 10 chance things are going to go sideways and nobody's pressing you to move forward, don't move forward. Weasel, what are you doing for Christmas?
Oh, go down to Bossy Britches, make my oyster stew, go down to Bossy Britches, and, you know, put up the family and see all my little nieces and nephews and grandnieces and nephews, and maybe even my grandson. I don't know if they're showing up this year or not, but hopefully they do.
They will. They will.
Get that done out of the way and my mood will pick up.
Well, my mood is picked up with your phone call, brother. I got to float you. It's good talking to you. I got Terry Taylor, the best small business segment in the known universe, is coming up here in a second, and it's spooky to boot. Thank you so much, my good friend.
You bet. My traditional holiday greetings, happy, happy, merry, merry, and all that other crap. You fellers have a good day. We'll talk to you later.
Weasel, of course, regular reconstituted member of the Road Gang. Lots of mail here. Thank you, Dave. By the way, Dave Nemo has stopped in just to give a wink. Thank you, Dave. Say it, Dre.
Thank you, Dave.
Say it, Dave.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say, isn't it? Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Dave. We'll be right back with Terry Taylor. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, and back on the... We'll all talk soon.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are part of the gang, and Lindsay will be here shortly because this is Road Gang Radio. We are live from the Fast Sports Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Phone Master Dre. Sorry about that. I was actually looking at a message. We won't be having a breaker talk back today. Tara's got some stuff she's dealing with, and wanted me to wish you all the happiest and festive of seasons. We'll all be talking soon in the coming year. I also wanted to make a point of saying we're going to make a nice little transition here into Terry Taylor, as we always do. Terry's terrifically terrifying toys over at 1313 Mockingbird Toys. Dre, do you have a little bit of something for the play to kind of bring in Terry? Can we make that happen? Hey guys, I want you to head over to 1313 Mockingbird Toys. You can find them on the Book of Face at 1313 Mockingbird KS. That's for Kansas. Instagram, it's the same deal. And then Mockingbird Lane Toys over at youtube.com. It's always good to have you, Terry. Welcome back, and happy festive season for you, my friend.
You too. Always a pleasure to be on here.
So let's kind of, a chance to reschedule you because we wanted to get you before the coming madness that is, in fact, the season. Our good friend Phone Master Dre is going to step out for a second, just a little bit here, and Madison with a T is going to step in to kind of run stuff. We're always rooting. I don't know if you hear about this. Terry, did you hear about Dre and his motorcycle accident? Did you hear about this?
No.
Yeah, dude.
No, not at all.
And he's a tough dude too. He got through the other side of it, by the way. But he basically got hurled over the hood of a car. Person rolled a stop sign on him, smacked right dab into him, dude, God. And got the heck kicked out of him. And yet the dude is somehow pulling it together and got his ass over here less than a week later. It's crazy.
Wow. As someone who works in a hospital as well, I know that those things don't always turn out like that, so that's amazing.
By the way, speaking of fun time in the sun time, Madison, is that sweater, you can just nod, is that black or blue? It's black. So Madison is perfectly dressed. She has on an ugly, but not too ugly, Christmas sweater. When I say ugly, of course, I just mean lots of bizarre images and all this stuff. Yep. Is ugly Christmas or Gothic Christmas or Krampus Christmas really a thing over at 1313 Mockingbird Toys?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. We I've got there's a wonderful website called Middle of Beyond, and they sell like weird cardigans, rugs, whatever, and I probably have 20 cardigans from there. And this year I'm sporting my Gremlins / Christmas themed cardigan that's an awful green and black with gremlins and hanging out all over it. But I also have like Krampus, Day of the Dead, The Shining, Godzilla, The Misfits, but I always wear them at Christmas time because I always say it's the Christmas sweater, even though it's like the Misfits one's like, black and white. But people have just gotten, after 8 years, people have gotten to know. They walk in like, oh, that's your Christmas sweater this year. I'm like, yep, Day of the Dead. And we're not talking about the Mexican holiday. We're talking about the movie.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But we just did our Krampus event, our annual Krampus event for the Lawrence Humane Society on Saturday, and it was even though I will say that so far this year the holiday season as far as retail, and at least in Lawrence, is pretty down. I will say that our annual Krampus Day exceeded previous years, so that was a little bit of a light in the time, and it was fantastic. I mean, I lost count. Usually we do about 300 people, and if I was a guesstimating man, I'd say we probably had 400 to 450 this year. come through and get photos with Krampus, aka my wife Liz Taylor.
Let me ask you a question about that, by the way. Do you feel like that in times of economic downturns or slower kind of seasonal kind of turns, that often people search out for more collective, community-oriented stuff? You've seen a lot of these, by the way. You've seen Christmases come and go. Is there a sense of, I will make up for what I can't purchase in goods and services with experiences?
100%. I feel like, obviously in the holidays, regardless of your views about the holidays, it is about, at the end of the day, community and getting together and being with your family. And whether you enjoy being with your family or not, you should have points that you get together with your family and have that community. And I feel, especially even like our Krampus event, there's just a lot of people that are like, we live in Springfield, Missouri. We live 3 hours away. We can't make it to your store really ever, but this is something we just plan. It's like a pilgrimage. I mean, we have people that come all over the Midwest for some reason for our little event, because I know they do Krampus events everywhere. But it definitely, I mean, people line up outside about an hour before we start, because we set up a tent outside the front of our building, because we're in downtown Lawrence, so it's it's a high traffic walk area. So we set up a booth or a tent, and then we also have a merch table, and we give all the proceeds to the Humane Society. But yeah, people wait, and let me tell you, last year I think it was like, I don't know, close to 50 last year. It was warm. This year it was like 17. And so we were very worried that it wasn't going to do well, and it's not worrying for our business. It's worrying because the Humane Society really counts on the money this year. We generally raise almost every year. It's about $1,000 we raise, and they say they really count on this because the donations go down in December because people are obviously using their money for buying gifts and their family and taking trips. So for me, it's like a point of pride that I get them at least that mark of $1,000 because I know they need it for all the wonderful animals there. So, but this year did not disappoint. We pretty much did, as far as donations, we did about the same we always do, also with our contribution to get to 1,000. But people, just for as cold as it was, people's spirits were high, and that was wonderful to see, considering with kind of how the downtick has been this holiday season, with just the atmosphere that we're all kind of living in that's a little more negative. People seem very up in spirits and very having so much fun, and it was very wonderful. Liz was just riding high for like 2 days after it, because she is Krampus, and it's at the end of the day her event, and she was so excited that so many kids came this time. Yeah, it was great. It's really, actually, we both got a little teary-eyed afterwards, because it was just nice to have that community and everybody together in these kind of weird times.
I will tell you, by the way, and I'm a big fan of it as well, too. I don't know if you know this, but today Craig Kringle is going to be joining us after you join us, talking about Weird Christmas. And I would really encourage you, Terry,
really?
as well, to go to weirdchristmas.com. And you can find them on Instagram, Facebook, Blue Sky, Tumblr, Mastodon. You'll find him everywhere. And it's some really strange stuff. And for those of you who have not seen what Liz looks like as Krampus, we're not talking about a little bit of makeup and one or two accoutrements. Madison, I would recommend this to you too. You're a makeup artist. Wait till you see what Liz looks like as Krampus. Where can people find a chance to see what she looks like, Terry?
Well, we posted, on the previous Sunday or so, I guess earlier this week, on our Instagram at the 1313 Mockingbird KS, Instagram /1313 Mockingbird KS. For Instagram and Facebook, both are the same hashtag. If you just scroll a couple days back, you'll see a fun little video we posted that we kind of clipped some of the highlights together. We had little kids dressed up like Krampus, meeting Krampus, and it was probably one of the most adorable things I've ever seen in my entire existence. I mean, it was, and if you watch the video, when the little Krampus enters the tent, Liz points to, she can't talk because she's Krampus, so she just points like, you, me, and they got some pretty cute pictures together. But it was funny, right after they met Krampus, they went into complete shy mode. They came in the store and I was like, oh my gosh, it's a baby Krampus. And I was trying to get a picture and they just hid behind mom and dad. And I was like, oh, and they're like, no. They said they've just been up for a long time getting ready. And I think they kind of used the last of their energy, excitement of meeting Krampus. And now they're kind of in the downturn or in the down cycle. But yeah, we had a lot of dogs come through this year. Last year we had people bring cats, dogs, a pig, some other oddball animals to meet Krampus, and got some pretty hilarious pictures. But this year was, I think, just for me scrolling through all the photos, that is primarily dogs. But the dogs surprisingly handle it.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like that's kind of surprising because, like I said, guys, if you get a chance to check out what Liz looks like, and you can find it on the Facebook page, you can find it on a lot of their social media stuff. Let me tell you right now, dude, it is, once again, from the top. I mean, it is movie quality. It is like, are you scared? You should be, kind of thing. So if the dogs, they must feel Liz's spirit inside of there, dude.
Yeah, I think, and she handmade everything. The mask she uses was another mask, but she retooled it, she heated it, remolded it, took the horns out, put real horns in. She does makeup underneath, and then she got a generic Santa robe, and she literally buried it in the backyard for a couple weeks, unearthed it, tore it up, re-sewed it, made all these bells and chains, and then her hooves and furry legs she built from scratch. She literally bought hooves that you get from the farm store that your dogs will chew on,
right,
and built boots from these just little front hooves. Just like built them all, made a frame, put the fur around them, and it is crazy. I'll just come home. She's like, oh, I just built this thing. I just built this. Like she built a chair.
You brought up something really interesting. This is a really interesting conversation in regards to a great reminder. There's a lot of people, because the whole world has become monetized. There's a lot of people, it isn't as bad down here in New Orleans because of Mardi Gras, who won't do anything unless they can figure out some way to monetize it. They won't make anything. They won't paint a picture for themselves. They won't write a poem for themselves. Madison actually gave me a pretty decent nod on that because she gets it. There's people who they simply, and there's something wrong with that to a large, because it means you're never practicing. Even from a mercenary standpoint, I think there's something wrong with that, because it means you're not keeping your instrument sharp. When the moment comes when you do get a chance to monetize it, you always need to be practicing and kind of honing your craft. And they're just things that you guys do. They help the business. I know they promote the business, but there are a lot of the stuff you guys do that is just for fun, right?
We don't. Well, like when we started doing Krampus, it was 100% for the Humane Society. We had no intention that it would bring anyone into the store. That was not our intent. We kind of found out that there was a downtick in Humane Society donations in December, and we were like, well, what can we do? And Liz was always just, she was looking for an excuse to build a Krampus costume anyway. She's like, well, we could do this Krampus thing, and it just turned out to be just kind of a win, just a fun thing. But Liz does taxidermy and she does bone art. She's been doing this stuff for decades. And I'm sure you have, the Oddities and Curiosities Touring Expo.
Yes.
It comes to New Orleans all the time.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Well, we did it a couple of, this was before I had hooked up with you all. But Liz used to do those. She'd do 4 or 5 dates in a row, but her craft of doing taxidermy, I mean, pieces some take 20 to 40 hours total from start to finish. And so we did it a couple of years where we kind of would do a train of those. And we did New Orleans quite a few times. And surprisingly, New Orleans was always the weakest sales of the thing. And I think that's because people in New Orleans, they were doing shops there quite often.
They were
that are already doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's
So
like it's funny because you can get like if a giant thrift store showed up overnight in New Orleans, the whole world would show up. But if it was a chance to buy oddities and curiosities, you get a lot of visitors, but not a lot of purchasers.
Yeah, that's just it. The attendance was always great, but sales were always like, but we always use it as an excuse to run around New Orleans, you know. But
We
Liz,
endorse
after
that
2 years-
behavior. We support that behavior, by the way.
but Liz, she stopped doing those because she felt, even though she was making really good money doing it, and if she would have kept doing it, she probably wouldn't have to be a nurse if that's what she would have chose to do, though she loves helping people. The pressure took the enjoyment for her out of what she was doing, and she found that she wasn't at home doing the stuff she just wanted to do because she kept like, well, I have to do this to get ready for these, and her whole life was revolving around just making product to sell rather than product for enjoyment. And so we stopped doing those, and now I think she's a lot happier where she just does it. She can put some stuff in the store, but she also, like right now, she's taking Beanie Babies and ripping them apart and essentially disemboweling Beanie Babies and then creating new Gothic kind of things from those. I haven't seen a finished one yet, but
Gothy babies.
100. Yeah, she has like 100 of them in our living room that are all being dissected, and it's and that's just strictly a hobby, just something fun, new and different that she's pushing.
By the
herself
way,
to
she
do,
couldn't have
so-
married a better person, Terry, because there's a lot of people that would be a deal breaker to come home and have 100 disemboweled Beanie Babies in their house. They'd be like, okay, we got some issues to work out here. But you, on the other hand, realize it's demented and sad and social in that Breakfast Club sort of way.
Sad. I would be sad if I didn't come home and there wasn't something weird going on in our house.
Yeah, and by the
Meanwhile-
way, that is like I said, that's a big thing. I can tell you the last time I had a serious commission to write a play, I never wrote so many plays in my life because I was suddenly unburdened with having to worry about am I making the thing that's going to get me paid, and then I was able to kind of doodle and create a whole bunch of other stuff that then fed into that one thing. You just try to. It's about living a life as opposed to always being focused on the next bottom line. How's this going to get me famous? How's this going to get me rich? How's this going to make 10,000 people on Instagram love me? It's just kind of fun to do things because you love them, right?
Well, yeah, and people always come in like, we obviously the bulk of our traffic is on weekends. So obviously on Friday, Saturday, Sundays, we're generally pretty hopping, except for like January and February. So people who only come here on the weekends will come in and they're like, people joke like, oh, you must be making bank, or just like funny little side comments about you guys are, living large, just funny perception. Whereas the truth of the matter is 8 years, I don't take a paycheck from the store, period. I work 60 to 80 hours a week on the store for free, essentially, because I'm too paranoid about, I always need to make sure there's money in the account for the bad, the good and the bad times.
Right.
And I work the hospital one day a week to kind of just
indemnify
supplement my bills.
Indemnify.
Yeah. And so if I wanted to make money, I would just go back to the hospital full time and make $30 an hour. But I love the store so much; it's so much part of my DNA. It's such a labor of love that I don't even think about that. We don't bring any money home from it, but we feel like we've created this weird little community with the store that is just so important to Liz and I that it just stays around.
Let me ask you a question about that, because one of the things I won't lie to you, I've gotten comments and people have reached out to me. One of their favorite things about the segment is not just the weird and the woolly that we talk about, but the fact is that you're a small business owner who strives mightily to break even and kind of make your way through life. Talk to me about the balance, too, especially at Christmas, of making sure that you create a Krampus world with a Krampus girl, while at the same time you're able to kind of make the bottom line happen and make sure there's always a little something in that account as you talk about. This weekend in particular is a big weekend for you. You've just kind of tipped your hand on that. What are you hoping to move in regards to helping out the store? And what are you hoping to see people gravitate towards so you can say, that's a really cool gift? What have you got over there that you got to move? And what do you got over there that's really cool?
Well, we planned, we've been doing, I have a 2-story warehouse that is just overflowing. I rent it. And I get a really good deal on it because it's huge. But I was a music promoter forever, and one of my associates in my music career, happen to own this warehouse and is giving me a really good deal on it. So I have this huge warehouse, but the more room you have, the more room you just stuff in. So this year I've been trying to do these 50% off sales to clear up space in the warehouse just to have a little extra room. But truth, just complete honesty, this has been like one of the lowest holiday seasons we've ever had, but also, at least from all the store owners I've talked in downtown Lawrence, have all kind of said the same thing, that the tariffs and just what's just going on in the world has just affected people's bottom line, and they're just not spending this year, which I completely understand. So this weekend, on Sunday, we're doing 50% off all of our Masters of the Universe toys, which we have a lot of. And so we kind of, once I realized, like, oh, this isn't quite the holiday season I was hoping for to help, because it isn't just about surviving December, it's about surviving January and February.
December's, tell me if I got this right, Terry. December is supposed to be kind of a bulwark to prevent January and February from turning into a bloodbath, correct?
100%. So it floats you through January and February till March, when things start getting, once you hit St. Patty's Day, things kind of start like ramping up a little bit. So I planned this Masters of the Universe sale the last weekend before Christmas, because I figured because our 50% off sales always do fantastic. I just don't like to overdo them, because then people just wait. They're like, well, I won't buy that now, I'll just wait. But I planned it the last weekend before Christmas now, so I get the Christmas rush, hopefully, and the sale rush. And so hopefully that'll just be a big enough flex this weekend to, kind of hopefully make up some of the deficit that's kind of went through this holiday season. But the one thing people are asking for this Christmas is, did you watch the Netflix movie called K-Pop Demon Hunters?
Yes, I did. And by the way, my nephew and all of his friends, all 7-year-olds, that's all they wore as they went out onto the street. So I said, you know what? If I'm going to have to deal with these costumes as they're coming at me, I might as well know what I'm looking at. Yes, sir, I did.
Exactly. That was the number one most requested costume in the world in October.
Well, you know what I thought it was at first? When I first started seeing it pop up, I said, why are all these kids like dressing like Bloodborne? And then I'm like, oh no, that's not Bloodborne, that's something else. But all the what is the plague masks that were turning up, and the way it was just really. And then I said, well, okay, it was a big hit. It was a big hit, and the moms and dads that knew that universe was incredible. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh no, well the whoever owns the rights to it, Netflix or whomever, it was kind of like when Mandalorian came out, which came out in November of the year it came out, and they weren't ready for the demand, and they had no product available. So there's literally no product available. We were lucky enough to get some mystery boxes, but all the major toys, like the figures, the singing dolls, everything, don't come out till August of next year. Every person that comes in is like, do you have this K-pop Demon Hunter thing? I'm like, oh God. I'm like, I wish we'd be a millionaire if there was product, but we got the only thing they really have is like some keychains and mystery boxes. So I just ordered a ton, and they've been selling like gangbusters. I mean, just crazy out the door. So those have been like the hot jam this year. And that's been like the main thing people have been coming in and looking for. Yesterday I sold a couple My Pet Monsters, which are one of my favorite toys of absolutely all time. And X-Men's had a big resurgence with the new cartoon that came out like a year ago, X-Men 97. So a lot of X-Men and Spider-Man, My Pet Monster, K-Pop Demon Hunters. Those have been like kind of the main things for me, at least.
Yeah, dude, and I don't know how to run a small business in regards to retail. Is there a way? It seems to me, is like I said, it seems like there is a way to kind of figure out something that moves quickly, but there's a chance that could have backfired on you with the K-pop, right? I mean, there's a chance that you could have gotten that stuff and that it just would have sat there and died, right?
I have that happen all the time. I call it, and I've talked about this on the show before. It's legal gambling, because when I was a music promoter for 30 years, they would call you and say, hey, we're going to book this band, the White Stripes. We need $3,000. No one knows who they are yet, but a couple radio singles are going to drop. And you're booking, you book concerts like almost 9 months in advance. Whereas you confirm it 9 months in advance, but they don't announce the tour until like 5 months after you confirm it. So you internally know you confirmed this band in White Stripes for way too much money that no one knows about. But then whenever, sometimes when the single hits, then you're like, you could have a slam dunk or you could have nobody cares and you lose $3,000, And it's the same thing with toys. Is most wholesale vendors you deal with, you sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, and then they don't send you images. They just call you and say, hey, there's this new Disney Star Wars series called The Mandalorian coming out in 14 months. We have the figures up for pre-order. We can't send you any images. We can't tell you anything about it. Do you want to order some figures? And so you just have to be like, well, I guess. And a lot of times they don't even know the names. They say, yep, the name's Phoenix, Arkansas, Louisiana, Cthulhu. But that's not the real names. They just can't tell you the real names. And you just have to be like, yeah, I want to take a risk and order those and hope the show when it comes out in 14 months.
Yeah, because if you make the order when the show comes up, they've already got you on the price point and they've already outsold and they're not keeping up with orders at that point. You basically a wise man told me, guys, a couple of weeks ago, gamble, 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 and when you think you've done it enough, push all your chips in and gamble one more time. Good God Almighty. That is gambling, dude. That is absolutely okay. So we talked about the idea of what we want to move off the shelves, and let's talk about the idea of what is really cool. What you got there that's cool that maybe you hope catches somebody's eye, and you get a big price tag on it. It makes for a Merry Christmas. By the way, Chowder said, Terry, they are action figures, not dolls, not toys. They are a lifestyle enhancement. Well said. Well said, Chowder.
I agree. My bad.
Yeah.
Some of the coolest things I have in right now, I just had them traded in actually yesterday, was a couple years ago, or actually 2006, this very small company called Rebirth Toys put out this 12-inch sloth from Goonies that comes, the packaging is he's sitting almost inside a TV, and he comes with he's fully articulated with cloth clothing, comes with a Baby Ruth, map and everything. But he's like a $400 toy because they only made 400 of them. And then someone else, the same guy also traded in a couple of the original Puppet Master replicas that are the same size as, they're called 1-to-1 scale, so they're actual size to the puppets in the movie. And this is the original run that came out 10 years ago, and they're hand numbered on their foot. One's 2 of 200 and the other one's 20 of 200. And one's $350 and one's $250. And they're a little more high end, fun collector things you just don't see very often. So that's what people get excited about. If they see they're hand numbered or a toy is limited, that's definitely well, I need to have that because only 400 people have that Goonies. So those are 3 things that I was really excited about that came in yesterday because I had never seen the Goonies thing in person before, and it was surpassed my expectation of how cool it was. I had to take it out and play with it.
Can you send me a picture of it by text at some point? Not immediately, but I just would love. Please do that. By the way, Terry, we're, as always, we never have enough time. I don't know if you know this, by the way, but there are 2 people left to sign off on doing a new Goonies movie, and it is literally Josh Brolin is the last person left to sign off on the script, and he won't sign off because the ultimate person is Spielberg, and he's still not happy with where the script is for the next Goonies movie. Crazy, huh?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh.
And they say when it gets that, and they both say we are not opposed to this. We're not even opposed to Josh being in it. He wants to be in it as one of the dads. They all do. He just said he's not quite there on the script yet. So that's where they're at. Goonies forever, my friend. You are one of my favorite Goonie.
Yeah.
Merry
That's
Christmas.
Awesome.
Merry Christmas.
Well, you too. Merry Christmas, guys. Have a great holiday.
Terry Taylor, of course, appears once a month and came in early this time. Before Christmas. We'll have our Christmas scheduling announcements on Monday. Got a couple of things to work out here over the weekend. Can't wait for this weekend, Dre. This weekend in particular is the weekend that I've been waiting for a long time. Claire gets in tonight at around midnight. So I'm very pleased about that, guys. We'll be staying over here at the Degas house for the week, courtesy of Mr. Villarubia. So roll out the red carpet because Lawler's coming.
She's coming.
you know where to bring their coal.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
That little giggle will be in your presence tonight. Well, probably actually tomorrow by the time Lands and you're together. She gets in at midnight. But that's Claire with the best production, the best giggles. She's the most likable cynic I've ever met.
Yeah, that's
good, fair, right?
That's an incredibly fair thing to say. But one of the other really cool things is that her Christmas present this year, Claire's present to me, was packing up my stuff that I needed brought in from California for the next couple of weeks here in New Orleans. I keep my clothes clean, I keep myself comfortable, but I have a very limited drobe of war. So she's bringing me in a whole bunch of...
Drobe of war, as it war?
Yeah, as it war. Life is a war, and I'm on the avant-garde part of it. But avant-garde, by the way, is a term.
Life
actually
is a battlefield,
too. Yeah. I don't know if you know that, but avant-garde means a rear action. That we put the avant-garde. Yeah, exactly. I am so excited today, by the way, about your country and Western music news. I think it is so seasonally perfect. I mean, it involves Christmas lights. It involves taking people home for the holidays. It involves finding the best in your partner. It is just absolutely chef's kiss, perfectamundo. I was like sitting there going like, man, this is perfect. I can't wait to get to it, is what I'm saying.
Yay! That'll be at 10:30 today, where we'll unpack a couple topics. Happy to take your calls during that time or listen to your comments as well. So, country and Western music news, a cozy Christmas edition. Speaking of cozy Christmas edition, we've got a fun guest. We've got an interesting, the juxtaposition of our two guests is pretty interesting today, actually, between a weird Christmas and...
Weird Christmas.
And Weird Christmas, all the things that ambulance drivers see.
I mean, because Joanna Sokol, who'll be our second guest today, you guys might remember her from her remarkable book that I actually compared to Joseph Hooker's MASH. She's a former ambulance driver, and her book, A Real Emergency, Stories from the Ambulance, is... The interview was outstanding. The book is outstanding. I can't recommend it enough, but I think we're just going to have to focus primarily on what the holiday season was like for Joanna. It's going to be a lot of fun. But what do you say we pivot? And we get a little bit of intro music here, and we bring our next guest in because this is fun as all heck.
Let's go. Okay, so if Christmas already makes you feel a little unhinged, Our next guest is either going to push you to feel very seen or maybe push you over the edge in the best way. Because while most of us are out here trying to, force some version of perfect, Craig Kringle said, nah, let's talk about the weird stuff, guys. And we're always here for that. So Craig is the mastermind behind weirdchristmas.com. And this is not novelty just for novelty's sake, by the way. This is really deep historical, global, and again, slightly unhinged Christmas energy. We're talking everything from Eastern European Christmas werewolf legends, that's a thing, yes, to obscure international indie Christmas music you didn't know existed, but now you cannot not have in your life. Right, Jim? I know it's on your plate.
When I told you, I discovered Craig and his absolutely. The cards alone are worth the price of admission.
Yes,
the cards alone, if you spend any time on any of his socials, any of Weird Christmas's socials, you will be both either horrified or like, that's the spirit I've been hoping to harness all year long. As a big fan of telling a spooky story by a fireside, as a big fan of hearing strange musics and odd bells ringing this time of year, couldn't think of a better person to bring on than weirdchristmas.com.
He's the best. It's going to get weird. You already thought it was weird. It's about to get weirder. So Craig also hosts podcasts with historians, writers, musicians, all around Christmas oddballs, by the way. And he will be the first to tell you this all happened because he likes weird things. He likes weird things, and he cannot lie. And he doesn't fully understand. Honestly, that might be the most relatable Christmas origin story that I have ever heard. So Craig Kringle, welcome to the Road Gang. Glad to have you here this morning.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. So that's the best intro I've ever had. That's pretty cool.
Amazing. Thank you.
But by the way, I like weird Christmases I can't deny. You other weirdos can't deny. When a weirdo walks in with an itty bitty grin and a punk pin on their face, you get scared. Welcome to Weird Christmas.
Thank you. Yeah, anything. That's what I do. Weird stuff, and it all is oddly enough real. That's the best part about it. Is it's not just novelty songs or people writing weird songs. Most everything that I find is stuff that people actually took seriously at one point or another. So whether historical traditions or, like you mentioned, the thing that got me into it was there's a bunch of weird old Victorian era Christmas cards that to us seem like they have nothing to do with Christmas. I mean, we've got like frogs murdering other frogs.
Sure.
Terrifying clowns. My door right now is just filled with copies of the postcards that creep out my office mates quite a bit. So, like creepy Santas or Father Christmases attacking animated Christmas puddings, all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, I got into that. I stumbled on a book of those like 15 years ago now. An old historian he had collected old Victorian era postcards and published a book of the weirdest ones. This is Christmas Curiosities by John Grossman. And after that, it was I guess by now I could say it was life-changing. So that I share those. I've got thousands of those now. I collect the real ones. I scour the internet for them. And that's pretty much all I do is share that stuff across social media now throughout the year, especially the season. That's where it started, was postcards. And it opened up this whole world of other people who are into digging up strange Christmas lore that's nothing like we're used to with the sort of sappy sweet, kind of holiday specials and Coca-Cola Santa Claus that we're used to. And I think most people nowadays probably know Krampus. I think Krampus is getting well known as sort of the Christmas demon who used to hang around with St. Nicholas.
He's been on our show.
Only the tip of the iceberg.
Krampus has been on our show.
I'm not kidding, really. The guest before you came on, I kid you not, was from 1313 Mockingbird Toys in Kansas, in Lawrence, Kansas. Terry Taylor and his wife Liz, every year they raise thousands of dollars for the Humane Society by her dressing up as Krampus. And I'm talking about a real bona fide scare the hell out of the neighbor's costume and having kids come down dressed as Krampus to celebrate with them and raise money for little animals. I mean,
that's awesome. That's awesome, and it's growing. Like you're seeing more and more of actual. They call them Krampus night festivals that are starting up all over the U.S. It was a big, like Southern German, Austrian, Bavarian tradition that this legend of Krampus, who is like So the way it goes, and maybe she told the story, but the way it started was way back in the day. Instead of having Santa Claus come, you would have Saint Nicholas come, but they'd actually have somebody dressed up as a saint walking around from house to house, and he would go in and ask the kids if they've been good, and if they were, they'd get candy or sweets or nuts or fruit or something like that, or little gifts. But down in Bavaria in southern Germany, they also had Krampus, who was the Christmas demon, who was St. Nicholas's partner. And he would come with him, and he would be there to sort of scare the kids into being good. And he'd have chains, and he'd rattle them, and then there was this whole tradition of making these really scary masks for him. And then he'd wear, animal hides and whatnot, too, and he would be St. Nicholas's regular companion. But that kind of shifted, and it became a thing where people liked the Krampus guy a little bit more than St. Nicholas, and it became fun, and you would get these huge festivals that are called Krampuslaufs or Krampus runs on December 6th, which was considered Krampusnacht or Krampus night. And you would have villages where they would have tons of people dressed up as Krampus and sort of run through the village in like a parade. And it was kind of this fun thing where they'd go out and swat little kids, and it was fun because the kids would be scared, and you
Love
just
it.
get close to touch him, and then but you get whacked or whatever, and it was all good fun. But the costumes were seriously creepy, and there are still people today who, especially there, get seriously into trying to make just terrifying masks for these things. And there are people whose whole livelihoods are about crafting them and making them. But that tradition, so many people fell in love with it once the internet came out. Like, I remember there were a couple early YouTube sort of viral things where a couple Krampus runs that people over here saw and were just like, what is this? What does this have to do with Christmas at all? But it fascinated people. And so now there's a big one actually in San Diego has a big one of all places. There's big ones across Michigan. There's big ones in a lot of major cities where you can find Krampus runs now, where people who've gotten into this tradition will get into it and sort of do these things. So yeah, so it's a fun thing that's starting to get a little bit more popular over here.
So let's back up a little bit from the history side of things, because a lot of this started with Victorian Christmas cards that are unsettling. Let's just be honest. Several of them are very unsettling. And I'm curious, back, we certainly, obviously today there's more technology, there's more light, but back in the day, winter, I guess the question is, do you think people back then were just more honest about how strange and dark winter actually is? Winter is coming. Like, winter used to be the thing people feared. We don't anymore because we have creature comforts, but not so much back then. Is that part of what played into that, you think?
Yeah, and actually, I personally think the more I read and the more I study history, what we sort of see as Halloween as one season and Christmas as kind of a separate season, they used to be part of the same sort of family of celebrations. The world was dying, or the sun was dying, and you needed things to come back, and so you would party at the darkest time of the year, but you would also be a little bit afraid. And when you get to real old tribal traditions, it probably was that you had to do some kind of celebration to bring the sun back or something like that. But that idea that Halloween and Christmas might have actually been deep back part of the same tradition, part of the same kind of holiday or celebration is probably true. And that's probably, in the end, where Krampus came from. And so that you're in this time of year when everything's dying, when everything is getting darker, colder, the crops are dying, and you're hoping that things are going to get better at the end of the winter. You get the shortest day of the year around the solstice, which of course Christmas is right around, technically for us, it's like 3 days after the solstice. But they used to, I think, be the same tradition. And I think that what nowadays we have as Santa Claus and St. Nicholas and Krampus, those characters were probably the same guy at some point. Like, I actually kind of think that, like, why does Santa Claus wear furry stuff? I mean, it keeps him warm, but Santa Claus is not St. Nicholas. Like, he doesn't look at all like, a saint with the beard. He might have, merged a little bit. Like, Santa Claus is all about, like, the old stories where, yeah, he could bring you gifts, he could also bring you coal, or he kept track of whether or not you were naughty or nice. And maybe it kind of got split at some point with St. Nicholas being the naughty one and St. Nicholas being the nice one and Krampus was the naughty guy. But you look back far enough and there might have been closer connections between them. So, but that I think is kind of where it came from. That probably, if you're really looking way back in prehistory, Halloween and Christmas came from the same place.
Yeah.
And I think it's just, you see a lot of that in the cards, that it's still, there's some darkness in these celebration cards that were in the Victorian era, because to them, they were maybe a little closer to that. Maybe they were also just messed up, just like to see disturbing things at Christmas.
Some people are just messed up.
I will say this I will say this really quickly. I think it's a really, really good point in the sense that they've been divided to a larger degree to kind of enhance or increase the amount of marketing and salesmanship that go on during the season.
Oh, sure.
But there is something, I think that you guys are onto something here, the idea that we have this absolutely pitch dark night, and we can actually go back to the greatest Victorian Christmas story of all time, because people forget that telling ghost stories at Christmas was a very popular Victorian tradition, people sitting by fires and reading ghost stories, and that the great joke is that Dickens is the man that invented what we now kind of conceive of as Christmas, them and the cook.
Wait, is that why we say it scared the Dickens out of me?
Yep.
That literally just dawned on me sitting here in this moment. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Welcome to the table.
Well, no,
Wow.
but the thing is, though, Lindsay, but you actually bring up a really good point. And actually, the movie Scrooge with Bill Murray is one of the few that actually acknowledges what's going on there. That story is terrifying. If you read a Christmas Carol the right way, it's a man who drinks too much, is incredibly embittered, lives in a haunted house.
Has spirits attached to him, haunting him.
He lives in a haunted house. I mean, he goes down his hallway, and his door knocker is basically like, "You're gonna die." And then there's a giant hearse that comes down the hallway and almost runs him over. I mean, the first two ghosts are a little mischievous with a bit of the whipper to them, but that last ghost is terrifying. It's a brutal, dark journey before we get to the final chapter. It's pinochle, dude. It's rough,
Dickens wrote a few ghost stories set around Christmas, and they were before Christmas Carol. And there's one that's even like a sort of early draft, but it's much less scary. So by the time you get to A Christmas Carol, which was like his final draft that he was super proud of and read all over the place, he made it darker. Like, he intentionally pushed the dark side of things. And he wasn't necessarily the one, like, the ghost story tradition had been there forever. Like, that was an old, probably folk thing, that you get together on the darkest night of the year when you feel like the spirit world is maybe a little closer than normal. And that's why they would tell ghost stories, because it's kind of the time when the veil between the worlds maybe is a little thinner. But Dickens, he made it darker. He intentionally kept pushing that idea that he had to get scarier and scarier over time.
And then Christmas morning, Lindsay, becomes basically, aren't you glad that's over? There's a sense of like, there really is kind of a cold shower, hot shower thing where it's kind of like, boy, wasn't that bracing? Now let's have some turkey and laugh and give away presents.
The sun came back up. The day's getting slightly longer now because we're past the solstice. So still cold. Like, that used to bug me. I'm like, it's not the coldest always necessarily around December. So why is that it? But it's the sun. It's the shortest day. It's right around the solstice. And Christmas, for us, now comes a few days later when we're like, oh, yeah, it is coming back. Okay, let's party. So it's good.
Well, I love the idea of like, oh, that was weird. Now let's eat the turkey. It's interesting to me because, you say this all happened for you because you like weird things that you don't understand, which I love. I mean, curiosity is a North Star for me, sometimes to a fault, where I go down rabbit holes and that I can't escape. But I'm curious to you, Craig, do you think that curiosity is kind of the antidote to holiday burnout maybe? Because like, it's fascinating to me the amount of things we do when it comes to traditions, and I mean other people's traditions, not even the ones that we create our own in our own home behind closed doors. The amount of things we do just because that's what you do, and we've never questioned it. I mean, so down to, Santa Claus, ornaments on a tree, and the list goes on and on and on, of course. It is, is when you start exploring that, can't that help in your mind? Does that enhance Christmas joy, or does it kill it sometimes, or both?
No, I know what you're asking, 100%. And I have so many people who write me every year and follow me because they're like, this gives me a way to actually feel good about Christmas, because it's such a time when everyone's forced to be happy. You're supposed to be back with family, and everybody, it's a hard time for a lot of people, because you remember maybe how it never quite lived up to what the commercials tell you it ought to be, or the Hallmark movies tell you it ought to be. And so it's a sad time for people. But once you kind of see that the stories and the reasons for it really do admit that darkness and bring it in, it's a way to feel better about it, and not just feel like, I guess I'm missing out on the perfection that everybody else has. And and you find out, oh no, it wasn't about perfection at all. It's this sort of acknowledgement that the year has ups and downs, and we're gonna celebrate that the downs are there and face them, but we're also going to celebrate coming back out of it too. So it's much less about it being perfect and hallmarky and all, like I said, that sappy, sickly, sweet stuff that can be overwhelming.
It's quite the opposite, really.
So
I mean, what I'm hearing you say is that it's actually helps us feel a little more human when we realize it was actually centered around a lot of adversity, and it's that time to take a step away from the adversity, celebrate. I mean, that's what Christmas really is. If you think about it, it's like, this has been a hard year. However, we're together right now. It's really presence is maybe I'm going to go even deeper and say presence. That's where presence come from being present, to realize, there's a lot of shit that's happened, but here we are. We're still standing. We're together, and now have a bite of turkey. I mean, I love that. It makes us feel a little more relatable, even perhaps to our ancestors. So I love this, Jem. I love this.
I wanted to tell Craig this, and
I think, got deep. I love it.
I think I've told you this, Lindsay. The best Christmas sermon I ever heard was the priest walked in front of the congregation, and he said, "Jesus is coming. Aren't you excited?" He said, "Aren't you excited that Jesus is going to come and not like what you give him for Christmas, and that Jesus is going to come and get drunk at the family party and bring up all the dark parts of your life?" And then he proceeded for the next 2 minutes to list every awful thing everybody ever does at Christmas time, Lindsay. He just ripped everybody a new one. He said he's going to urinate on your rug at the end of the Christmas Eve party, by the way. And he went through all of that, and he finally said, well, I guess Christmas is going to be here, and we have to love it anyway. He said, "Merry Christmas," and walked off the altar. And there is a sense that it's like it brings out the best and the worst in people. I wanted to ask you both, I don't know if you've seen it, there is a wonderful series of shorts on Netflix called Love, Death, and Robots. And they have one episode. It's an animated series called All Through the House. Have either one of you seen this?
No.
Yes. Yep.
Lindsay,
there was definitely a better shot that he had seen it than me.
but
I'm sure you know.
Lindsay, you and your husband should watch it, but your 7-year-old daughter should be nowhere near it. By the way, it has a very different take on who Santa Claus is, and it really kind of does that mixture. But there does seem to be, and Lindsay brought this up earlier. Do you find that year after year what you're doing is getting more popular, and that more mainstream outlets are beginning to realize, let's get a little freaky, let's get a little strange here?
Get your freak on.
Do you feel like the world is catching up with you?
Yeah, I think so. And it's not just me. I mean, I'm sort of catching up with those trends that I think we're starting. Why, like, Krampus became so popular is that people were looking for something like that. Like, I think people had been for a long time. I mean, there's like complaints about how much people spend on Christmas and how it's a time of just pressure to have a perfect family. I mean, that's back in those old Victorian cards too. That's nothing new, actually. I mean, even the Charlie Brown Christmas, he's talking about how it's always disappointing because, everybody else is happy and I just don't get what Christmas is about. So that idea has been there forever, and I think that part of the reason so much of this kind of stuff is getting more popular, why more people are saying Die Hard's a Christmas movie or something like that, is that they want to get away from that sappy sweet feeling and still have that, but also recognize that it's only one part. Like there's more to it too. So you're going to see more Krampus. You're going to see more of all the other sort of dark characters. I mean, even in The Office, there's one point where Dwight talks about the old, his old, what are they, Pennsylvania Dutch or whatever tradition that Dwight from The Office is from. But there's Belsnickel, who is a version kind of Krampus, who's also European. He's a real guy. Like that's a real dude. Like people thought they just made up some weird, messed up Santa Claus for Dwight, but Belsnickel's a real character. And I forget what he says. He goes around and tells people whether they're something or impish. I can't remember what it is, but you know, I mean, that's in The Office too. So you're seeing that come up more and more, and it's usually fun and silly, but that's kind of what it's supposed to be too. I mean, it's a fun way to sort of say, hey, you can celebrate this stuff without being, you know, quiet and bow your head in church all the time. There's a place for that, but there should be more fun to it too.
The Office is my go-to for all things relation. By the way, this is completely different, but The Office, my husband and I were giggling so hard this morning because my daughter would not let me do her hair. I finally got it in, and then she pulled it out. And I said, you pulled it out when I specifically asked you not to. And then Seamus and I started laughing because there's that line from The Office where Michael Scott says to the girlfriend at the time, he goes, you cheated on me when I specifically asked you not to. We laughed at that so long. That's completely different. But okay, a couple quick, somewhat lightning round here because what Craig is the creepiest Christmas imagery to you that somehow actually became traditional?
Became traditional. Holly. Holly is creepy to me because it's poisonous. And it's spiky, but it's also poisonous, but it's everywhere. So holly, for some reason lately, has been freaking me out when I think about it. And there's so many old images on the cards of like dogs and animals carrying holly around in their mouths, which if that really actually happened, you know, it's super poisonous to dogs. So that's one thing. Like holly is a poisonous thing. That's something that's just me personally.
By the way, I just want to point out to both of you that Scrooge in A Christmas Carol wants to weaponize holly. I'm just going to say that right now.
Yeah.
Wants to put a holly stake through people's hearts. He's like, I'll do it right now. And he knows what it can do. You know he knows the poison content. You know Scrooge does.
Oh, yeah.
He's on top of it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, what about music? What's the creepiest Christmas song that people think is normal, but it's actually not? Besides Baby It's Cold Outside, where he clearly is trying to harass her. But besides that.
Oh, yeah. That's the way that, like, I love how the arguments about that song have started up lately. And yeah, to me, it totally sounds like a date rape song. That's like, what do you think? You know,
100%.
Like, so, yeah. But yeah, so there's that. That would probably be one of my. That would be one. There's also I don't know. There's something about All I Want for Christmas Is You with Mariah Carey that just it's all about like I want. It can be a little creepy when you hear it too much.
It's also a lot of pressure.
I don't want all these presents. I don't want all these other things. I just want.
It's a lot. It's a lot of pressure. I'm like, how about this coffee pot instead? Like, it's a lot of pressure.
I'll give you a Twin Peaks sweater. It's all going to be fine. And by the way, the ugly Christmas sweater tradition has gone completely off the rails in the last couple of decades, and in really kind of terrific fashion. By the way, the Carol of the Bells is really kind of creepy too. It sets a very different kind of mood. And Sting has a Christmas album that sounds more like a haunting in Connecticut, is what it sounds like to me a lot of the times.
And part of the reason for that, he's doing a lot of old English carols. Like old English carols have a sort of dark vibe to them. Like there's the Pig's Head Carol, or the Hogs. Oh shoot, what's the actual name? Now that I'm on, I can't remember the name of it. But it was a fancy feast that used to be there where you take a hog's head and you cook it up and do it on a plate. And there's a whole famous English carol about, here comes the hog's head, cut off and cooked for all of us, and so it's celebration time. Yeah.
The Boar's Head Carol.
The Boar's Head Carol.
There you go. That's the one.
Trey, you got something? Oh, okay. I was going to ask really, I don't know if you guys know this. There is a genuine scholarly debate about whether the legend of Sleepy Hollow is set at Halloween or Christmas. There is a genuine scholarly debate because they never say the words Halloween, and the feast that gets laid out on that table is much more like a Christmas celebration than it is a Halloween celebration. And they are telling stories. There are people who think, Lindsay, it takes place on Christmas Eve, and there's a really good argument in favor of it as well, too. So there you go.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
there you go.
There you go.
Absolutely.
All right, what are you doing for Christmas?
Honestly, my actual Christmas is kind of boring. we just do our family thing, and my wife lets me put all my weird ornaments on the back side of the tree. So from the front, it looks nice. On the back, you have things people have sent me over the years, like this amazing little terrifying baby head, like baby doll head that's sitting on there, or my centaur, which is a centaur with its half Santa, half centaur, half horse, all kinds of stuff like that. But I still always hide a Krampus or two in the front just to make sure, he's there.
I like the idea of all your creepy ornaments being in the back, but in the window, and that when you have all the peeping toms and the voyeurs staring through your window, they get to see the cool stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want you stalked, but if so, they're going to get a treat. That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't want to go in there. This guy's a weirdo.
This guy's a weirdo. Craig Kringle, you are lovely. You are fabulous. What a fun conversation. Merry Weird Christmas to you. Everyone head on over to weirdchristmas.com. How did he get that domain? It was meant for you, Craig. Ho, ho, ho.
Well done.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry whatever.
Merry whatever.
We'll be back on the other side. We'll take your phone calls, and the Weird Christmas continues as I tell Lindsay all the games that Claire is bringing in for us to play on Christmas Eve.
Ooh, love it. Ho, 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 ho. What you
Ho,
call me?
ho, 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 yeah.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Shivers, Cryptid Cafe, Dominion, Zombies with 4 exclamation marks, Arkham Horror, the card game, Arkham Horror, the board game.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
The Shining, the board game, Unspeakable Words, the dice game,
Everywhere you go.
Betrayal at House on the Hill.
Pickles.
Take a look at the Grand Hotel. I don't think that's the words.
That's not bad, actually. That's well done.
Take a look at the... it doesn't matter. These are things that Claire's bringing with her? Like, they're bringing them on the plane?
Yeah.
How?
They're going to put them in. They're going to put them in carry-on.
Okay. There's not a additional check bag clearing.
Well, there's a bag. There's one big bag of mine that they are bringing in. That's getting taken
Games
care
are going
of.
in that. Okay.
And all that stuff, along with my other stuff that's coming in town, is coming in with the rest of that stuff. So I'm very excited. Plus,
Okay. So walk me through. So Claire lands at midnight tonight.
Correct.
Do you pick her up, or does Claire Uber?
I pick Claire up
At midnight.
at midnight.
Okay. You guys travel very differently than me. I know she's coming from California. I understand,
Yeah.
but I'm always fascinated by people's, preferences and how knowing like what works for them and their schedule and sleep schedule and all those things, because it's very different than me. I would have taken the whatever. It's just different.
Yeah, I mean, you would have done the early morning arrival, or at least the afternooner, as it were.
I would be like at 8 a.m. flight.
Yeah.
If I had my choice.
Yeah, but comes in late. This is why I was telling Dre, I haven't looked forward to a weekend like this in a long time. I mean, we have a couple of shows next week. We'll be making an announcement, guys, and I can give you kind of a bit of a rough preview of this. Tuesdays will be our last show for a little bit. We are going to take a good solid week off through.
At least.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, at least. We're going to take some time off and recover, and then come back in the new year stronger, better, faster, funnier, and take 8 strokes off your golf game as well, too. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. How you doing? Man? We were talking over the break about Christmas plans, and you're just figuring out Christmas this weekend like I am, aren't you?
Yeah. I want to hear what y'all are going to do, because I'm still looking for inspiration, but I texted Seamus this morning. He took Freya. They're already out of school. And so Seamus took Freya to a little just kind of day camp today so he can get some stuff done. We're hosting the neighborhood Christmas party this year tonight, by the way, at 5:30, because tonight also at 7 o'clock, Oklahoma, Boomer Sooner takes on Alabama at 7 o'clock tonight. We take on Alabama again.
Go Boomer.
Not Boomer, thank you. Not who we should probably be playing, but that is a whole different show. I'm excited to take on Alabama again, to take on Brad Bentley again, and to hopefully prove once again that we belong here. We belong in the SEC. So I started the party at 5:30 tonight, so we could do, and we do. It's a Dirty Santa, White Elephant, Dirty Santa, however you want to put it. And I'm making I'm gonna do homemade vodka sauce, by the way, which I got to start making later today.
Ooh, man!
So I'm doing a rigatoni vodka pasta.
Oh, say that 5 times.
Rigatoni vodka pasta. That one's going to be vegetarian. And then Seamus is making a penne with Italian sausage, potato, arugula, some greens, and it's got like a light tomato, like just kind of topping on it. So we're going to have the yin and the yang there, and then I'm doing a really beautiful salad and garlic bread. And then everybody's bringing something. So we'll have plenty of food. But I think we have about 25 people from the neighborhood coming. And it's fun. This is a fun crew. Like my neighborhood, they're very interesting. Like I've become really close with our bus stop crew that we meet in the morning. So we don't hang out though outside of bus stop or seeing people on walks in the neighborhood. We don't normally hang out. So once a year we do though, and it's at Christmas. This is our first time to host it, so it'll be fun. It'll be the Christmas party at 5:30 with pasta and food and the White Elephant gift exchange, and then Oklahoma, Alabama hits the TV at 7 p.m. If you're not watching it, you can either leave or you can go into another room of my bedroom, but I will be watching.
Random thoughts in response to you.
Yeah.
First of all, every time I hear arugula, I always think about those old jalopies and those Model Ts and the horns they used to have.
Arugula. Arugula.
Thank you very much. You got that, by the way. Our good friend.
It's like the motorcycle comedian that I've talked about before.
Right.
Where he goes, have you noticed how different bikes sound like their name? Like, Harley, 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 or
Kawasaki.
Suzuki. That's all I know.
By the way, Steve says you're making him hungry. That's the point, Steve. Buckle up. It's only going to get worse from here.
Rub your belly.
Trucker Bosun, thank you for those kind wishes about Claire and I, and thank you for the 10 spot you dropped. We always appreciate that. You're a good dude, and I hope you and Penny Lane have the happiest and merriest of Christmases of all times. And yes, by the way, the prints that we're talking about at weirdchristmas.com are not your typical Currier and Ives Christmas prints, although there are a couple of Currier and Ives Christmas prints that are very strange. One more random thought, by the way. Lindsay, if you and your husband get a chance on Netflix to watch All Through the House on Love, Death, and Robots, it's only about 15 minutes long. You will both get a big kick out of it. Do not.
scary?
It is really scary.
Oh, we don't watch scary things.
It's animated.
Seamus even more so than me. Can I tell you this? I don't know if I've ever told you this, but Seamus grew up in a haunted house. Like, he will just flat out tell you. He grew up on Cape Cod, and when you see it, it's an old white, kind of rickety, but they made it lovely home. But there was a ghost that haunted that house that everybody saw. And everybody could describe exactly the same. And it was an old fisherman. And he would come out of the floorboard, like the Gordon's fisherman, the Gordon's fisherman, that same thing. With it was so cliche with the beard and the whole deal. And he would get debilitated. He would feel it. It would get cold. All the cliche things. But Seamus was so terrified as a child. And then he came downstairs and said, would explain it to his mom. And she'd go, oh, and he had this in his hair or whatever. He's like, yeah, so you've seen it? She's like, oh, yeah. Anyway, but to the point that this stage, Jim, that if we're in a movie theater, even with if a trailer for a scary movie comes on, Seamus cannot watch it. He has full-on, therapist-diagnosed PTSD from growing up in that house. And he will get night terrors still, thinking, going back to it. So we do not watch scary things. Now, it's more, he could watch, real-life scary things, like There's a Man in the Bushes.
Right.
I'm talking about anything that is poltergeisty, of the otherworldly, he cannot do.
Oh, not his bag, huh?
Not his bag.
Oh,
Therefore,
yeah.
It's not mine.
Oh well,
because I certainly wouldn't watch it alone.
Is there a way that you and I could? Okay, I'm going to ask you this question, and I don't want to do this right now or even tomorrow. Is there a way that you and I could do a joint watch of something? I know Netflix has that, where you and I could actually sit down and watch something together on Netflix, and maybe
No,
even...
because I don't want to watch scary things. In general, the answer is yes, but I don't. I live in the woods. I don't. My husband travels.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, then I can, without spoiling it for you, let you know that there is a monster in this version of All Through the House, and when he gives the kids their presents, he just looks at them and says, "Stay good."
No, I do that to Freya every night.
Okay.
I do that to Freya. The Elf on the Shelf, by the way, we came out today, and she had hung herself from the attic. It's pretty creepy looking, actually, from the attic, string hanging down. I walked out and I was like, Ellie, is this a cry for help? I don't know if she did that or a monster did that, but she also cleaned up last night. So, I don't know. She's #balance, I guess. The other thing for this weekend, Jim, I just texted Seamus this morning because I said we have not done any Christmas shopping yet. Freya, we've handled Freya, but for each other. And we're not, my family, we're not doing big Christmas. My sister and I agreed we're not going to do it we'll get something for your kids, you get something for mine. No one's going crazy this year. So Seamus and I said, why don't I see if my parents could watch Freya for a couple hours on Saturday or Sunday this weekend and have Seamus and I just get to go out. Maybe we get a little bite to eat and then go to the same place, go to the mall, whatever, but split up and do some Christmas shopping. Seamus loves to Christmas. I don't know if this is because he waits till the last minute or he genuinely loves it. He loves Christmas shopping a day or two before Christmas because it's probably equal parts festive and equal parts tense. It's now or never. If you don't find something today, you're screwed.
Right.
But he likes that energy of going and getting a festive Christmas cocktail and then splitting up and going shopping. So I think we're going to try to go putz around and do that and find something for each other. He just texted me and said he does think he would like a couple high quality black and white t-shirts. So if anyone has suggestions of where I should go look, let me know.
Let me think about it, by the way. Well, but
Okay.
you know what you can do for me? You can actually tell when you get wherever you're going, wherever you decide to go and go about kind of, rooting and rummaging around whatever's happening this weekend, just send it to me because I might know one or two stores or might know one or two brands in regards to T-shirts because I got to tell you, giving a guy black or gray T-shirts is like perfection. There's so many guys out there. I got that, by the way. A friend of mine sent me a belated birthday present, arrived here at the studios, just a collection of black high-end T-shirts. Absolute perfection.
I love that. I love a man in jeans and boots or work boot or any sort of manly foot apparel, footwear. Jeans, manly foot apparel, and then just that, a black or a white T-shirt. Actually, specifically white. It just feels rugged and I didn't try, but I know that you actually did. It's just such a basic style that I find the hottest way a man can dress to
Noted.
me.
And if and by the way, and
Yeah.
if you're not sporting a dad bod or a boom balatti bod, I will tell you right now, it's amazing how good you can look in a t-shirt,
me,
a pair of jeans,
baby.
and
Do
just
me,
some boots.
baby.
By the way, Lindsay, boomer sooner, Lindsay. This message will destruct in 5 seconds from Brad Bentley.
I just saw that. Boomer. Is he back in the States yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Brad Bentley. So the game, he's going to be watching it. What? It's going to be like 4 a.m. where he is watching it.
I'm not sure where. I know he was getting on a plane when I talked to
Not
him
4,
yesterday. He was getting on a plane. I'm just not sure if he was coming. I know he's not coming back here because he's not back in New Orleans until like Christmas Eve. I know that for a fact. Let me tell you about that game really quickly because you hit the nail on the head. I am really aggravated about that game because I think that Oklahoma deserves better. And what I mean by that is no one should be subjected to what I call the Alabama do-over. And that's been happening for the better part of a decade, where they're given a second lease on life and allowed to play a team that already has beaten them. They did that with LSU.
To be fair, Brad Bentley, I think, sort of agrees with you, right?
Oh, I'm not picking on Brad here.
No, I know you're not. I'm asking. Didn't you guys have had this conversation? Obviously, he wants Alabama to play.
course.
He's excited they're playing, but this is probably not how he wanted it to come.
A lot of Alabama fans were like, and I have to tell you, the last month of the season, the wheels were absolutely coming off of the Crimson Tide. They were, as other people were getting stronger, they were beginning to unravel. Now, that being said, they've had a couple of weeks, and maybe a few of those injured players might, in fact, return to the scene. It's a no-win scenario because basically everybody's going to be unhappy. If Oklahoma literally boats Alabama and runs them from the field,
which is not a given.
Which could happen. But if, in fact, that happens, a lot of people will say exactly what we told you. We told you this would happen. We said this team wasn't any good. If Alabama wins it, everybody's going to turn around and say, oh, well, big deal, man. You got a chance to take a second run at them. You got a chance to prep differently this time. You had all the time in the world to prepare. You got a chance to get better. Other people weren't afforded that. It really is a no-winner. It's a no-winner here, except for Oklahoma, who, if they win, they move on. And they'll be happy, and they'll get a chance to play somebody else. There are at least 4 teams in this playoff that shouldn't be there, but that's
I just
it.
want to get to play somebody. I want to make it this far, and then to lose to Alabama would be after we already beat them would be a real big bummer.
Let me tell you though, Lindsay, I will tell you right now, Norman is going to be a secular jihad.
Mm-hmm.
That place is going to be an absolute
I wish I was
uprising.
there.
That place is going to be a rage machine.
I wish I was there. So my senior year at Oklahoma, actually he had come in, Bob Stoops had come in my junior year, and then we'll go to the phones after
Big
this.
game, Bob.
Big game, Bob. He had come in my junior year at the University of Oklahoma, and I'll never forget, I was in a band at that time. My band was called Factor 9. Don't ask why. I don't know. We were drunk and came up with the name. To this day, I couldn't tell you what it means. And I'll never forget, we were playing Campus Corner at a bar called Liberty D's. And the game we won was Stoops there, and it turned everything, everything started turning around. I'll never forget, there was a guy passed out outside of the bar. Oklahoma does this. They just put the number 1 finger up in the air, like at kickoff. Just the number 1 goes up, but whatever. And there was a guy passed out, slumped up against the bar. Like, we finished our set. Like, Oklahoma won. We played right after the game, finished our set, and I walk out of the bar, and there's a guy sitting up against the brick and mortar of the bar with the finger 1 up in the air and just passed out, mouth open. And I took a picture an actual picture. We didn't have this kind of cell phone back then, but I had one of those, the wind-up throwaway cameras. I took a picture in that moment. I probably still have it somewhere. It was just like the epitome of things are turning around. Not for that guy, but for our team. And then the next year we went to the championship. Oh, you went to the championship. My senior year, it was in Miami. It fell on New Year's. Big group of us went. Like, just one of the most epic memories ever. And I pretended that I was I had a bunch of girlfriends with me, and then the guy that was managing my band. So we went out on New Year's Eve, and there's a huge line to get in this club. All the girls quickly were like, let's pretend we're your backup dancers, Lindsay, and you're here to perform whatever the big arena in Miami is. The door guy won't know. Like, he doesn't know who pop stars are. Let's just pretend. So my manager, it was a dude, a college dude. He pretends he's the manager. He's the backup dancers, and we're there. Can we just pop in? We just want to have a drink. She's here to perform the blah 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 stadium later. They're like, oh my God, yes, please. We cut the entire line. Nobody checked the story. Such a reminder. Just walk in with confidence. They velvet roped us, let us through, gave us the VIP section. champagne bottles. We stayed for like ringing the new year with everybody thinking we were some big to do. And when kind of got wind that maybe we weren't, we're like, and peace out, we're out of here. It was just one of the best memories, one of my favorite memories of my life. Boomer Sooner. And we won, by the way. And that was when Heupel was playing, and now Josh Heupel, of course, is coaching over at the
I was going to ask that
University of
question.
Tennessee.
I was going to
Yep.
tell you a trivia question for the folks out there. Who was the quarterback for the national championship winning Oklahoma Sooners for Big Play Bob? By the way, speaking of hope springing eternal, on Monday at the Sooner practice, guess who was spotted for the first time practicing without any tape on his right hand?
All right. Mateer.
John Mateer is actually supposedly for the first time since his return, and by the way, he returned early, since his return from injury, John Mateer is now considered full and good to go for the first time since his injury during the Auburn game.
Let's go.
How they got that was getting through that was pretty darn remarkable. That was the big thing. They got through the gauntlet of not having their best player on the field because they have the best goddamn defense in the known universe. So, like I said, Norman, Oklahoma is going to be a secular jihad, an uprising. Let's see if these folks can will themselves into the next round and make all Boomer Sooner dreams come true. Or will the tide roll? It is yet to be seen. We do have a phone call, do we not?
Yep, we got good old Pack Rizzle, but we lost 3.5, so give us a call back, brother.
Give us a call back, 3.5. Sorry, we rambled along, but Pack Rat's here. That means Christmas can begin. Christmas can finally begin, friends. Hello.
Oh, good morning. So the big news in football in Dallas is Eberflus is moving off the field and up to the booth to coach. So is that good or bad, or what are the pros and cons?
I just like to say the name again. It's just so fun to say.
Eberflus.
Eberflus.
It's interesting, too, because there used to be this theory that you would always make an offensive coach your head coach and that defensive coaches didn't make good head coaches. That's not entirely true. What is real, though, is people who can't give up the hat of what they used to be. The best coaches are CEOs. And I think that if Schottenheimer's son is, in fact, as good as I think he is, and I think he's a much better coach than anybody thought he was, which means Jerry Jones will fire him soon. I think the decision...
It's too good. We changed it all.
Yeah, I think putting him up in the booth is really good because you want your coordinators to be able to see the field. And it's obvious that there's something that... And I'm sure Eberflus made the request. I'm sure he said, I don't think I'm seeing what's going on well. Probably put an assistant defensive coach on the field to be, to be down there and kind of maintain, relationship with the players on the field. But it makes sense to me. I've always loved that somebody's got to be up in that booth watching. A lot of offensive coordinators, Lindsay, stay up in the booth. That's a big thing.
Is that the idea? I was going to ask. Is that the idea that like a new vantage point for him?
Yeah.
Will help him call the defense more effectively?
Yeah.
Because that is fast. Honestly, I think about that when you talk about you being 6'3" or however tall you are and me being 5'2", just we walk through life with very different vantage points. And I always think about that watching the games, the vantage point of coaching from the sideline versus coaching in the booth. This sounds so like no shit, Sherlock, but it's really fascinating to me that, wow, like I almost look at it and I'm like, they feel so removed being up in the booth, but you're like, you see an entirely different game than you would see standing on the sideline. So is that what this is all about? See, can he do it up there instead of down here?
And you've just explained why truckers drive around in a perpetual state of heart attack, because they sit up on high and they can see everything else around them. That's exactly why you do it. There's a lot of offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators who swear that by sitting up, you lose a one-on-one sort of motivational ability with the players, but there are people in the field that can do that. What it allows you to do, Lindsay, is make adjustments before halftime, because you can see what people are up to. Because a lot of defensive coordinators won't see at their defense. You have to assume the kids in the field that you coach or the players in the field that you coach are doing their job. You need to be able to see what the other guy is doing and look for patterns. And sitting up in that booth allows you that access. Most importantly, they have video cameras up there too, so they can slide over a tablet to you and you can go back and watch previous plays as they unfold.
Well, then let me ask you this, and Pack Rat, your thoughts. Changing coach, I mean, the Cowboys are obviously, we're not going to the Super Bowl, spoiler alert. So, like, changing coaching at this late in the game, is that trying to figure some stuff out at the very end while you've kind of got nothing to lose at this point, see if you can set yourself up for next season? Like, Pack Rat, if you're coaching the Cowboys, Pack Rat, Is it when do you make changes? When it's too late, or would you have done this? Would you have made this change sooner?
I've always bought into the theory or the mindset of you do whatever works, or you keep doing whatever works. And obviously something wasn't working here.
Right.
Well,
we can all agree on.
And there's a couple of things here that are really hopeful, and it actually relates to my Saints, and then we got to get to 3.5. But what's really cool, by the way, is the fact that I think you keep playing towards the end, Lindsay, because if this, in fact, is the team that they're going to hold with, they are 1 or 2 free agents away from, or a good draft away from actually having a good team. Schottenheimer has proved he can coach. He's a better coach than anybody thought he would be. And I don't think there's anything, especially in a professional environment, it's happening with the Saints right now. The Saints have their quarterback, Pack Rat. They have a quarterback. This kid is good, and it turns out that he may be the next big thing. And so, this is the other thing, too. If you play well at the end of the season, Lindsay, there's other people who play for other teams who are getting ready to kind of shop their wares around. You follow me? Get ready to become free agents. So you say, oh, wait. I see the Cowboys at their best right now. I can make a decision to go play for them because I know I'm what they're missing. So if you're playing your best at the end, which is why they don't like people tanking, if you're playing your best at the end, a free agent can go, that team is 7-10 or 7-9-1. I'm the 3 wins they're missing. I'm going to go join them. And that's why you play fully up.
Powerful.
You know, that's people make that. That's why Reggie White did what he did at Green Bay. He knew that if he went there, he would seal the deal. He saw what Favre was becoming. He said, I'm going to go to Green Bay.
I'm the missing link.
I'm the missing piece. Drew Brees. That's why Drew Brees made the call that he made. He's like, this guy Sean Payton believes in me. This guy Nick Saban doesn't. I'm going here. That's why I'm going to do that. These guys are actually going to get there. Pack Rat, we got to let you go. We got to get to 3.5. We love you.
Okay. Miss Lindsay, Jimmy Mack, Dre, all the best.
You too. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Father Christmas. You know, it looks like Father Christmas, 3.5. Hey, good morning to you.
Okay. Yeah, well, listen, I'm sorry that I know very little about sports, but I do know a lot about sitting up high and looking down.
Yeah, buddy. More than anybody.
And I want to remind the drivers out there that, you know, with the holidays coming, especially this weekend, there's a whole lot of non-professionals on the road that are going to mix in with them. And they've got to sort of overlook the mistakes that they make and be very proactive on keeping everybody safe and getting everything down the road, whether it's people and presence or it's loads. It's time to look out and overlook.
With that said, 3.5, can I ask you this? With that, because of your vantage point, I have a song called For the Long Haul, and there's a line in it that you might not believe who you see when you look up at me. And of course, I'm singing for me being a driving, you know, 4-wheel down below, looking up at a truck driver, and not, you know, sometimes being blown away by what I see, not by what it physically looks like, but remembering that there's a human sitting up there, a human being that I'm connected to, you know? So from you, when you get to know both roles, both as the truck driver role and when you're in your, what do you drive on a regular basis? Do you have another car that you ever drive, a car or a truck?
Yeah, several.
Several. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I collect old stuff.
Oh, okay, okay. So you get it. So you sit high and low. So when you sit up in that, to someone like me who has never driven a semi, I've certainly sat in ones, but I've never been on the open road like you. What do you feel? Just like, again, from somebody being 6'3" versus 5'2", when you step into that truck and look above, what is the thing that stands out to you that you really see differently than when you're in your car, or you feel differently?
Professionalism and the fact that you're not out there to teach people how to drive, but you can show a courtesy and experience. And it can be as simple as a turn signal, or it can be as simple as backing away to let somebody, you know, get over a lane or get onto the freeway. But it's just about being special, you know. You're not the average driver anymore.
That is so well put. By the way, to kind of echo his sentiments, Lindsay, AAA is projecting 122.4 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home over the 13-day year-end holiday period beginning tomorrow and ending January 1st. It is a 2.2% increase over 2024, surpassing last year's record level of 119.7 million travelers. The majority of them will actually be on the road, and even those that aren't will be driving to get to those airplanes. So 3.5, well said, and a great reminder. Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas to you, by the way.
Merry Christmas, 3.5.
And happy recovery, too, by the way. Nicely done. I want to give a shout out to a driver who's no longer with us. His name is Hugh, and his mom, Gail, asked me to give him a big shout out. Gail, Cherry, we miss you, and we hope that he is driving on clear roads towards better destinations. Merry Christmas. We'll be back with Tales from the Emergency.
Speaking of driving on clear roads or not. Tales, what were you say? Tales from the ambulance?
Yeah, oh my God. Good God Almighty. Here we go, man.
Ambulance. We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We do come in peace with a little bit of cheer. This is Road Gang Radio live from Nashville, also in NOLA. This is Passport this is Passport Studios, but this is Road Gang Radio, baby!
Oh, by the way, big shout out to our friends at Fastport who made for a terrific Vet Ready Summit. You can find them at fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org. That's going to be a big conversation that's going to be coming up in the new year about what we do with national apprenticeships and pilot programs and all that kind of stuff. And bet your bottom dollar, Fastport, our good friend BB the King, Brad Bentley, and the Harrisons will be knee-deep in that conversation as we figure out how we get the next generation to make that transition either from high school or the military into the workforce and driving a purpose-driven life. Fastport.com. Welcome to Freaky, Feisty, Flinty, and on this occasion, Festive Friday, the Friday before Christmas Day, when I saw 3 trucks come driving in on Christmas Day in the morning. Hey, Lindsay Lawler, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very excited about this conversation. I have so many questions. Dre, do what you do so well. Tickle those ivories and ring those bells, Jimmy Mack. It's Christmas time, and that means people are getting hurt in different ways than normal. There's a labubu in your eyeball this year.
By the way, so nice we booked it twice. This human being has listened to patient stories, left food out for their pets, turned off the stove under their oxtail stews. By the way, oxtail stew tastes like Christmas. She read half a poem left in a dead woman's typewriter. She learned about the history that brought ambulances into their current role as the caretakers of society's forgotten, and occasionally a guy who gets knocked off his motorcycle, and spoke to her colleagues about their own experiences and perspectives. Joanna Sokol joins us again. And by the way, we're talking a real emergency, stories from the ambulance, but we're also talking about what it means to be an emergency EMT there on the scene. We've actually had
Badass.
By the
what
way,
it means to be a badass.
Do you realize that this show has had an emergency room doctor, an emergency room nurse, another nurse that plays Krampus, and now Joanna? This is really a first responder show because that's what Terry Taylor and his wife do. That's what they do. They're emergency room nurses. So we are filled up here. The inn is full, and Joanna is here. Good morning. Welcome back, my friend.
Good morning. I'm so excited to be back.
You're just cool. I mean,
This is Lindsay, by the way, my co-host.
Hi, I'm Lindsay, and I want to be your friend.
Good. I would like to be friends also, Lindsay.
Okay, good. Let's do it. Well, okay. So jokingly, I said there's a labubu in your eye, but in all seriousness, I am so intrigued by it. I know. I'm sure you get this question a lot, but obviously Christmas time, there's a few different things that happen. You see different things at Halloween, 4th of July, obviously people getting hurt by fireworks, all the obvious things. But is it like knowing that, yes, Labubu is a big thing this year. There's a lot of Jurassic Park toys that are a big thing because of the movies this year. Did you at the time consistently see the most popular toy or the most popular trend of the season? Did that ever play into your ambulance dwellings around Christmas time?
Oh my God, I love that question. There will be, now that you have said it, you have manifested that into reality. There will absolutely be a Labubu stuck in someone's eye this season that some paramedic will have to respond.
I don't want to be responsible for that, Joanna, but
that's how it works. The EMS gods don't mess around. Some EMT or medic now is going to be like, dang it, Lindsay. So I can't say that I've seen trends with toys. We do tend to see similar calls around certain times of year, though. That's definitely something that happens to us. And the holidays I don't want to bring the mood down. The holidays can actually be a really tough time for a lot of folks.
Yeah.
So there are certain types of calls that we run on the holidays that have to do with people dealing with family issues, being home alone, drinking a lot, seeing family they haven't seen in a long time. So those do come up for us. But toy-related calls sound more fun. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's like emergency, but make it fun, but make it smile. I mean, well, honestly, thinking back though, when I was young, when Cabbage Patch dolls were a big thing, and people were getting punching each other and getting into fights in the stores over the popular toy. Did you ever see that? Like, mom that was punched by another crazy mom, or I don't know. That's sort.
I know. I don't think I have run. I'm trying to think because I'm running through the file folder of calls in my head. I'm not sure if I have run a competitive toy-related stabbing.
Or perhaps you blocked it out, by the way. I don't want to bring up the bad memories.
Yeah, I very well may have blocked it out. No, it's true. But, one of the crazy things about EMS is just that anything that can happen will. As soon as, You never know. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what kind of day you're going to have. And as soon as you see a toy, sometimes that medic brain does kind of kick in. I'll see a new toy when I'm walking through Costco or Walmart or something, and be like, "Oh, someone's going to trip on that. Someone's going to get that poked in their eye. Someone's going to choke on that." That constant kind of trying to figure out how is this toy going to go wrong and create more work for us.
Just walking around the world with a constant. You have to just. Put blinders on, I would assume.
So, Lindsay,
absolutely.
Lindsay and I just got back.
You got to try to figure out how to turn it off on your day off.
Yeah, I bet.
Lindsay and I just got back from Washington, D.C., and we have a colleague of ours, Tara, who is, anytime she goes any place with us, is often doing things for the first time because she's a young woman who's got a chance to have a lot of adventures all over the country. First plane she ever took was with us, first time in Washington, D.C. ever with us. This year it was the first time in Baltimore because we had to go to the Army-Navy games, Media Row, and we actually took a train. And one of the things that I kind of mentioned to her when you take a train, especially when you're going through the cities, is you're seeing the back end of everything. It's almost like somebody takes the back end off of a television set back in the 70s and you see all the stuff behind the scenes. I've always felt that when you are in an ambulance and are doing first responder work like this, that you're actually seeing things behind the scenes. And the Christmas question I had for you, because there are certain parts of your book that are set around the holidays and that are set in what can often be a wonderful time for people, but a very dark time, is the kind of mentality you have to bring when you're working big holidays and what that looks like and what that means.
Man, I love that question. It's funny when you started to talk about trains and seeing kind of the world backwards and behind the scenes. The first thing that came to my mind is I thought you were going more literal with your question, because when we are in the back of the ambulance, we actually have that same view. We're looking backwards out the rearview window, and you get this really funny view of the city where you drive every single street in the city, but you're looking back out the rearview window the whole time because you're sitting in the back with a patient. But in terms of, and so that was just a really funny place my head went. But in terms of seeing things behind the scenes, oh my God, now you have to remind me the last part of your question, because I got too excited about looking out the rear view.
The idea of the mentality you have to bring. I mean, the idea of the kind of personality type to understand that, while everybody else is talking about the holly and the ivy, as we were saying earlier, maybe somebody bit the holly and they actually poisoned themselves. The idea that it's like, the world is trying to put you in one mood, but of course you have to keep pulling back the curtain and sometimes a fold of skin, and I mean, what kind of mentality allows somebody to sustain themselves in what should be the happiest time of the year that has its own series of pressures, and there you are out there being like, the next call could be the worst call of all time.
Okay, yes, you brought me back around. I actually do have an answer to this. It's a great question. Working on the holidays, so I actually always loved working holidays, and I know that some of my friends do too. I don't have kids, and so I would actually make a point to pick up holidays for folks that do have a family, just because I thought it was fun. And you're absolutely right that we get this kind of upside down window into what's actually a really tragic and sad time for a lot of people. I was kind of biting my tongue when you were asking me about toys, because I wanted to come up with a silly, fun story. And EMS absolutely is silly and fun sometimes. But one of the most common calls we have on Christmas that's actually happened to me quite a few times is folks going to visit relatives that they haven't seen in a long time, and finding out that those relatives are actually in a much rougher state than they thought.
Wow.
I've been on more than one call, unfortunately, on Christmas, where someone walked in to bring food to great aunt so-and-so that they don't hang out with very often, and found great aunt so-and-so had passed away on the floor. Wow. And so you are really witness to these incredibly upside down tragic moments. I spent half a Christmas one time just sitting at the kitchen table with someone who had just found a family member passed away on the floor, and they had all their food. So they had brought over food, and we're still sitting there looking at the food. And, we just sat down and hung out with them for an hour or two while we waited for the cops and the coroner to show up. And with that said, with all of that tragedy, the holidays can actually be really bittersweet. Like I said, I actually loved working them because they can be a really lonely time for a lot of folks. And we get to be in a place where we're at work. We get to go help. We get to comfort them. We get to be a presence. And we also spend time with our work families. We're with each other on the holidays, and we almost always make a point to make a meal. Some of the best Christmas and New Year's meals I've ever had in my life were at work. There's a story I talk about in the book, and this is 100% true. I grew up Jewish, so we weren't super religious, but we didn't do much for Christmas. We spent time with our family because, school and work are shut down. The first time I ever had prime rib in my whole life was at work on the ambulance on Christmas, because I was working out in Nevada, and it's a place with, not nearly as many Jews, a lot of Christian folks, and they did a big Christmas spread. And we'd try to take turns rotating back to station to get ourselves a Christmas dinner. Whenever you had turn, you weren't at call, or whenever you had time and you weren't on a call, you'd go back to station, and they had this big old spread, and they had potatoes and Brussels sprouts and all this amazing food, and they had this big old chunk of meat that I'd never actually seen before, and it looked super rare and bloody. And I was like, what's that? And they were like, it's a Christmas prime rib. Who are you? What are you talking about? And so we sat there in the ambulance. We got our little trays of food, and then we had to go back out on the road, and we sat there in the ambulance eating prime rib and horseradish, and it was amazing, and I loved it. And I try to get some every year on the holidays. But I actually have these wonderful memories of sitting around station with the people, with the workers who are still at work. It's mostly cops and paramedics and nurses. And it can actually just be a really close-knit, caring time where we're all kind of spending time with each other at work and, you know, sharing food and sharing the holiday spirit. I've run calls at meals at somebody's big Christmas dinner where somebody was choking and it cleared before we came, or they got dizzy for a minute. It turned out not to be so critical. And they'll try to offer us Christmas dinner and offer us food and cookies. I've been offered so many cookies and Christmas meals by families, you know, so it can be a time of a lot of sadness, but it can also be really wonderful to work on the holidays. I actually think it's really fun.
Well, and there's so many things in here. We were talking just, I think, yesterday about the idea with we have a lot of friends in hospitality and have both been in hospitality, and this is kind of hospitality as well. So that, you know, my friend who runs restaurants, it's like, you know, we do, if you are having to work on the holidays, we serve a big family meal before or after, and it's
Exactly,
it's a time.
yeah.
It's super cool actually. It's like, if I'm going to be here, let's be here and do it right.
Yeah,
but,
totally.
But I would think too, Joanna, if you walked into my house, like I always think, I'll tell you, when I see EMTs or EMT had to come help. My daughter got locked in the car one time and they showed up, and actually the guy was hot too. So that was a fun addition, but either way, but still it was like, I just find you guys to be like famous. Like y'all are more interesting than a celebrity to me. It's like these superheroes. So yeah, if you showed up at my house, I'll be like, stay a while. I want to hang out. But I would think around the holidays, in all seriousness from the loneliness factor, that would really be a thing. I mean, I could see people calling you just so they're not alone, even at making stuff up. I'm sure you've gotten stuff like that with hypochondriacs. So with that being said, what is, are there calls? Let's stay on loneliness here for a minute, because we did have an author about loneliness yesterday as well. Are the calls, the calls specifically heavier and lonelier? Because I'm curious, in your mind, specifically from your vantage point, if the holidays to you sort of amplify what people were already carrying.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely do. I read something the other day. Someone was talking about how the holidays can be particularly tough because you see all this imagery, all these Hallmark commercials and cards and toy commercials about how you're supposed to be together as a family having this magical day, and everyone's like laughing and smiling and opening their presents.
And there's Alexis with a bow. Alexis with a bow in the front yard, just like everyone gets. Yeah.
And there's like 2.6 smiling, healthy children that are like playing with each other and getting along, you know. And if you're not in a position where you have that, it feels even harder around the holidays.
Yeah.
Because you're filled with this image of people spending time together as a family. And if you're not somewhere where you have that, it's really tough. And we run calls for loneliness all the time. One of the big themes that I talk about in the book, and I like talking to people about, is that I would say maybe 4 or 5% of our calls are actually what you'd think of as like true life or death critical emergencies. Most of our calls are just folks who are having a hard time. They're sick, they're lonely, they've got mental health, they have housing issues, they don't know where to get food and water, and they don't know who else to turn to. And that absolutely gets amplified on the holidays. I mean, we get people who just drank a lot and they're sad and they don't have anyone else to call. And we definitely get people who make stuff up. You mentioned hypochondriacs. They kind of make up a medical complaint. You know, oh, my ankle hurts. How long has it been hurting? I don't know, a year. Well, let's call us today, man. You know? And sometimes we get people who just straight up say they're lonely. You know, they're drunk, they're sad, and they're lonely, and they wanted someone to talk to. And we're like, all right, you know, we want to try to help, but we also have people calling us right now who are dying, so we should probably go help them, you know. And so you got to try to kind of balance your compassion with also needing to help other people.
Hard to balance that.
Yeah, totally. Those are some of the things that make the job hard, but you know, it's worth it. Someone's got to do it. So
when we last met, we actually kind of talked about the overall arc of the book and some of the beatnik writing styles, the San Francisco energy that kind of played through it. There was some really great comic bits and some other additions that you put in there we never got a chance to talk about. I got to tell you, I immediately went back and thumbing through it. I found the bingo card that I wanted to share with people because it sets up so many wonderful things. And we'll get to what a frequent flyer is in just a minute. But I love some of these, Lindsay. Sedatives and restraints before noon. Check the box. Uninterrupted poop.
Been there.
Check the box. Run out of critical restock. Run out of Narcan. Here's some of my favorites. The double play. Healthy person demanding a ride for toe pain, followed immediately by an 80-year-old refusing transport while having a massive heart attack. And my favorite, it just went off. Questionably accidental gunshot wound. But my favorite frequent flyer is One-Eye Glenn. Tell everybody what a frequent flyer is.
We run calls on the same people over and over again. They've done studies actually and found out that a lot of 911 calls are by the same people. So we have folks that we run on again and again and again. They call us once a week or twice a week or sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. And these are usually folks who've got really severe chronic medical problems. They've got mental health issues. Maybe they got housing issues. You know, they're homeless. They drink a lot. They use a lot of meth. But I have patients who I know so well that I have their names, birthdays, and allergies memorized. I know the names of their kids. As soon as you hear the address start to go, I mean, I could still tell you the address of one of our callers from my first year as a paramedic in Reno, Nevada. I know what street she, because as soon as you hear the address start to go out, you're like, oh, there we go. We're going to Susie again. And we show up and we're like, hey, Susie, how you doing today? And these are folks.
Do your punch card.
What's that?
Hit your punch card.
And it's tough because these are folks who have, you know, very real issues kind of dealing with their life. They wouldn't be calling an ambulance 4 times a day if things were going awesome. And so again, it's trying to balance that compassion and trying to understand their situation with also being really, really frustrated because we never have enough staff. We never have like enough ambulances. And so you've got people who are dying or whose kids are dying and you don't have time to get to them because you're running on Susie for the 3rd time today. But at the same time, you know, you got to try to have some compassion. And we get really close with these people. We get the kind of relationships where, again, we know them, we make fun of them, we get mad at them sometimes. But that's what a frequent flyer is. It's a complicated relationship. And a lot of us get really frustrated about it. You know, we get mad because we don't have enough resources to do all the things we do. There's a program in San Francisco, actually, that I'm a huge fan of. We have these captains, these EMS supervisors who go out just to frequent flyers. They go out on purpose to our highest frequency callers, and they try to figure out if there's something better to do than calling the ambulance 6 times a day. You know, they try to figure out, hey, maybe we need to get you into rehab. Maybe we need to get you back living with family. Maybe we got to get your chronic medical issues sorted out. And they try to take care of those calls so we can release ambulances. And it's a really cool program. It's been really successful, but it's hard to keep it funded, unfortunately.
Yeah, I bet. We have a caller that we're going to go to in a second who has a question for you, if that's all right, Joanna. But before that, I just want to say 2 things. You know, my the guy who trained me and my radio mentor, he had a program where they took terminally ill children to Disneyland every year and like would have the plane that would take them. So they'd be the only kids on there. I mean, only kids on there would be similar to them. I bring that up because what I learned through working with that program so much is that if we don't laugh, we'll cry. So when you say these people that, you know, you make fun of, you laugh at, you get mad at, these are all such a part of your story. And you would have to make fun of that, or else you yourself would probably end up calling the ambulance every day, Joanna, and being like going to the very, very, very dark place. So I think that's probably the only way you can cope. Trucker Bosun is on the line. If you don't mind, Joanna, he has a question for you.
I'd love to.
Trucker Bosun, good morning, buddy. What's going on?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So,
good morning.
I got a question. My dad drove an ambulance when he was in college. And I don't know if you remember the story of the boiler blowing up at the Coliseum ice rink in Indianapolis. Like,
no, but it sounds like a great story.
So he was one of the first responders, and when they got there, they found a guy who had his hand blown off. And to improvise, they stuck his stub in a carton of ice cream from the ice cream vendor there at the Coliseum, and tied it off around his stub and stuck the hand in another tub of ice cream and took it in the hospital to see if they could keep it feasible for reattachment. So I'm wondering, how many times have you had to improvise like that because of the lack of supplies or anything that you needed?
All the time. We joke, improvise, adapt, and overcome. You know, that's one of the old-timey sayings. We've absolutely had to make stuff up on the spot. That's a big part of the job, is you just kind of, you look out at what you're dealing with, and you're like, okay, well, we don't have the tools we need in this situation, so what do we have, and how can we make it work?
It's like MacGruber. It's MacGruber from Saturday Night Live. I have a match and I have this tennis shoe.
Yeah, we got to MacGyver stuff all the time, and I've had the ER nurses come in and be like, why do you have an oxygen tubing tied around this man's head? And I'm like, well, it's what we had. We had to use what we had. You know, that is not what that tool is supposed to be used for. And I'm like, you know, we had to do what we had to do.
Great question, Trucker Bosun. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, Trucker Bosun. Thank you, man.
Right, thanks a lot, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well.
We've continued.
I want to mention, I'm not sure how much time we have.
You got time.
But I'm actually I'm gonna be in New Orleans in a couple of weeks, doing an event at a bookstore, and I wanted to say something if you guys have any listeners that are in that direction.
Oh, yeah, please go ahead. Where are you going to be in New Orleans? Tell me where you're going to be.
Yeah, I'm coming out for a few days, but on January 8th, I'm going to be at the Garden District Bookstore in New Orleans, giving a talk and meeting folks, and I'm really excited to come out that direction. I've got some friends there I haven't seen in a while, so if any of your listeners happen to be in New Orleans and want to come to the Garden District Bookstore on January 8th, I think it's a Thursday.
I love that. Jim lives there. I'm in Nashville. I'm in Nashville, but Jim and Dre are there. They will, I'm sure, want to ride over and see it.
By the way, it's a beautiful bookstore, by the way. That is a beautiful bookstore. That is like, you're going to feel like
I'm so excited.
I'm in a place I should be. You're going to feel, you might even feel a little too classy. It might feel a little bit too kind of upscale for the kind of things that have been going on in your days. I mean, after all, let's face it. I mean, we can also talk about the fact that you've been yelled at. By the way, if you guys get a chance to read the book, and I've recommended it so highly, I can't tell you guys that bingo card, I didn't realize it until I went back over it again, is in many ways a summary of so much of the book, because getting yelled at by Supervisor Jones for something done by a different crew, and I think every truck driver in America can actually relate to that particular reality. My other favorite is, Lindsay, getting sexually groped by an elderly dementia patient.
Been there.
And an otherwise nice patient says something jaw-droppingly racist.
Been there. It's like the music business. Joanna, I hear like the music business. It's on the other side. But actually, with that being said, I'm so curious, just because what kind of struck me when I was reading your bio the other day, just the idea of all the experience that you have. You know, there's millions of people who have been and are and will be EMTs in the world. And so anybody that's been in your shoes could write a book. But as we wrap up here, why you? Because I want to encourage people, as Jim has, to read this book. But why you? And why do you think your book, Real Emergency, stands out? Because Joanna wrote it.
I mean, I appreciate you saying all the nice things about your book and saying why it stands out. The reason that I got the opportunity to write the book was dumb luck. I think you're absolutely right that most EMTs are paramedics. You work this job long enough and your stories just pile up. I mean, medics are natural storytellers. We get all these, the guy who poured hot sauce all over his junk on a dare, the tow truck stuck in the tree 20 miles in the air. I kept biting my tongue on a story about a guy whose hand got stuck on a cliff when he was talking about the hands in the ice cream. I'd love to hear the story of the hands in the ice cream tub told by that medic's perspective. And the reason that I got the chance to write a book is that one of my very best friends from college that I've known since we were teenagers went into writing and editing and publishing for a living. And And I was a paramedic, and we stayed really close, and we talked all the time about work, and she ended up working for Penguin Random House. And we started talking about stories. We wrote a couple essays together, and it was like, let's do a book. And so I basically got this incredible opportunity. I'm not going to say dropped in my lap, because we worked at it for probably 5 years. We wrote a proposal, we wrote essays. We tried to get enough attention to put the book together. But in a sense, it kind of was dropped in my lap. I got an opportunity that not a lot of medics get. And I wanted to do right by my people. It was really, really important to me to try to tell a story. If I was going to get the chance to write a book about our world that not a lot of people get, I wanted to do it right. I wanted to do as much research as I could. I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. The last 6 months before I wrote the book, I basically ran around my station asking everyone I could, hey, what would you guys want to be in a book about EMS? If I got this chance to write this book, what would you want to be in it? What would you want to tell the world if you could tell the world something about it? And then I wrote down their answers. I recorded them. I did interviews. And I tried to do the best job I possibly could. I've written and read a ton since I was a little kid. I love words. You mentioned the beat poetry. I love the way that words sound when you put them next to each other and the way that sentences are. And I do love the beats. I love any genre of writing where people kind of bust out and break the rules and use grammar in ways that they're not supposed to. And so I just tried to honor all of that in the book. I tried to do the best I could to try to represent things in like a responsible and authentic way.
It worked.
I want to end with this. That desert feels so far away now. I first got there as a child, This tiny, klutzy, brand new Californian medic who didn't know a goddamn thing about work. They took me in, they trained me, they bled me, they beat me up, and sweated with me and brought me in and loved me. I did my best to earn their respect, but I left in the end. Now I'm back in the Bay Area, home again, but feeling as lost as ever. Expect that kind of language and that kind of joy and that kind of musing and that kind of bittersweet feel to percolate all throughout this book. Joanna Sokol has joined us for the second time, hopefully not the last. We love having you on. Thank you, and happiest of holidays to you, and hope we see you on January the 8th.
Let's be friends.
Let's do it. Thank you guys so much. This was amazing. Happy holidays. Reach out to someone you don't usually talk to these holidays. Tell them you love them.
Mm-hmm.
Well said.
Good reminder.
Hey, I know you, and I reach out to you all the time, Lindsay and Dre, but I love you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
He reaches out all the time, guys. You can do the same. Reach out and touch somebody's hand. Hands.
Both kinds.
All kinds. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Merry Christmas.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, get that life and hit that like, hit that subscribe, and come hang out with us at Road Gang Radio. Ain't that right, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, give us the big old thumbs up and lose your heart to the heart of I, and have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, and of course keep on yakking it up on YouTube like all of our good friends over there. Great phone call, by the way, Trucker Bosun. We're lucky over here at Road Gang Radio. They're also lucky at OOIDA headquarters in that twice a year board members come from all parts of North America to check in and talk about the direction the association is taking. And since they're already here and already in a talking mood, we thought, why not get them into Studio A to chat? So they did. In an encore presentation, Matthew Bradley, Tilden Curl, Mike Nichols, and Harry Smith are stopping by to talk about culture, cohesion, and camaraderie in the trucking industry, the issues they're most concerned about. It's a replay with Scott and Ashley, once again with Trucking with OOIDA, coming up immediately, not only after Road Gang Radio, but after Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's who we've been talking about.
I love her like my first cousin.
People are talking. Don't get too close. Question mark. All right.
I love her like my first cousin. Somebody, speaking of that, by the way, somebody,
What?
I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody I was talking to the other day, some mother I was talking to, we were talking about trying to be very open with our letting our children know we're a safe space. You can come to me with anything. And she goes, I am so that for my daughter, that my daughter came to me the other day and told me, I think I'm attracted to my cousin. And she was like, oh, God, we got it. So anyway, and I was like, and she goes, what? I tried my best to not be like, no, you can't do, but also be like, okay, we need to talk about this. That is not okay.
Speaking of Roll Tide.
Speaking of, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate loving your cousins, but not too much.
But
you know
he's
what
my
I'm
first
saying?
cousin.
No, that's not okay. Okay, guys. All right. So,
First in your heart, last in your loins. Move on.
Okay, well said. Okay, so here's why I loved this. I was listening to Blake Shelton on a podcast recently, and he was talking about the idea that introducing his wife, Gwen Stefani, to his Oklahoma ranch is and will be one of the biggest joys to the end of his days, the biggest joys of his entire life. Now, why this was so funny to me is because, so he said the first time he ever brought Gwen Stefani to his Oklahoma ranch, he goes, I just remember she was so taken aback by it. And Gwen Stefani, by the way, she's, she's a California girl. She did not grow up in the country rural life that Blake Shelton did. So when their worlds collided, while it was love at first sight, not only for the couple, it was also such a realization that they come from such different places. So Seamus and I, my husband and I, he grew up, we say that our wedding gym was like Meet the Fockers, because he grew up with his dad, or my dad in Texas, is Texas, Republican, conservative, all that can be. As cliche as that is, that's my dad. Seamus's dad was, poet, painter.
Pinko.
Yeah, smoked pot, ear pierced. Something. I wouldn't call him a liberal, but I would call him a open to liberal, open to everybody, really. His dad could have a conversation. He could sit there and go deep with Trump and have him turned around by the end of the conversation, or talk to the biggest women's lib and have her actually turned around, so they all met in the middle by the end of the conversation. So what's interesting about this, what's great, Jim, and then we can dive into it, because being in the middle of a farm in Oklahoma is such a far cry from the hustle of Los Angeles. And that could have gone either way when they met, when he took her back to the ranch. What happened, though, he said he brings Gwen Stefani in the ranch, and she goes, so this is like yours? And he said, yeah, this is the ranch. This is part of the ranch. This is just part of the ranch, actually. And Gwen Stefani goes, but I didn't know you could actually have a creek or a river. She goes, you can have that? And just hearing the part of the conversation shows you how silly, how much of a city girl, how silly it is, just when you don't know that something else is going on in the world. And Blake Shelton went on to say, he said, no, I just thought, or Stefani said, I just don't know what I'm looking at. Like, what am I looking at? She goes, I assumed that this only existed in a national park or like a state park or something. But this is your land? And Blake Shelton was like, yeah. Okay, so all that to say, Jim, it dawned on me while listening to that. It's like seeing, like you watch a movie and you don't understand that that's actually something real that exists somewhere. And so she genuinely had never seen a river on somebody's property. To me, that's second. Growing up in both Texas and living in Tennessee, you look for land and you can get it cheap. It just seems unattainable, even to somebody like Gwen Stefani, who has all the money in the world, still saw that out of place, out of character, and was like, I didn't realize that this could actually be a thing. So different couples getting together, it's fascinating. I want to talk about the idea of when you meet somebody that comes from a completely different upbringing than you, whether that be a partner, a romantic partner, or maybe just a friend or anything, when you get together and then it becomes this amazing relationship because you come from such different worlds. But again, seeing it, it's like a lion out of its cage when you actually step onto it yourself, Jim.
With Claire arriving, I can tell you that Dave and Cheryl and Claire and Amy have a very, not small life, but a very, I guess, a very, very intimate one. I mean, it's like just them and their immediate family and all that kind of stuff. And so when Claire became a member of our family, part of it became almost overwhelming. I mean, you have to imagine before COVID, when my Uncle Jimmy, the judge, would have Christmas parties, it wasn't just a Christmas Eve party for the 32 grandchildren and the 7 kids and their spouses and the second cousins and their spouses and on and on and on and on. It was like all of these people who were hangers-on and extended family members, this giant community. You have to imagine somebody like Claire, very reserved, very quiet, charming, sweet, funny, but literally walking in. The first time I really ever introduced Claire to my family was on a Christmas Eve night in the middle of a party that was a gigantic open house. And at some point, she began to look around the room to try to find my mom because she desperately needed a chart because she thought she was just meeting friends and realizing it was first, second, third, fourth cousins, people who, weren't related to us, but we still called uncle and aunt. And, and part of that was the fact of like, and in houses, anybody who comes from a big, big family knows that those houses have a sprawl to them. Even when people don't have a lot of money or have some money, those houses have this sprawl and this wildness. And I just remember watching Claire at those parties from like across the room, and both this sense of awe and wonder, but also a bit of terror. Because basically when you take, to kind of get back to the question, the really core of it, for Gwen Stefani, for Claire, for anybody, you're literally walking into a completely, not just geographical shock, but a culture shock. You're watching people relate to each other differently. You're seeing people behave like families you've never seen before. And you're trying to process this. And I wonder, even if you were head over heels in love with somebody, if there's a moment when you say, do I really want to do this? Do I really want this to be the rest of my life? Because a farm with a river on it, a ranch with a river on it, if in fact you marry this person, that's your life. You're suddenly the kind of person that goes and visits a ranch with a river on it, or you go to a Christmas Eve party where the head count was 423 one year.
Yeah.
Of people moving through that party. And there was a second party to go to. And half of them got drunk and ended up going to Christmas midnight mass together and then coming back to the party. And that's a very different thing than everybody goes to bed at 10 o'clock at night and wakes up and opens their presents quietly with smiles and nods. And suddenly it's like, you don't get to have a single thing until the pancakes get served. What are you talking about? It's the pancake morning.
But it's this idea. You're right, because I know Claire and I know your family. And Claire's not a boisterous, over the top person unless Claire knows you well, and then but so I definitely thought about that as well, the idea of somebody who's quieter stepping into a loud family, or vice versa, how overwhelming that could be. And sometimes if you are the loud family, you don't, and I mean this very seriously, if you are the loud big family and that's just second nature to you, you bring someone in, you're like, come on, just join the party. And you don't realize they're not equipped to just join the party. That's not how they grew up. That is not second nature to them. And you have to balance that. And I know your parents are very good welcoming Claire and making sure that the food she wants is available, and as you do as well. But you have to calm somebody's nervous system that's not prepared for that ambush.
It's an ambush, and that's exactly it. Although there is a video, I know you've seen it, of us at the Christmas dinner singing with a Dixieland band singing the Phenomenaut song together. That was the turning point. That's when everybody kind of realized Claire's going to be fine. That literally jumped in with me to join them in kind of singing that. My brother Ryan, who you know, went, "That was awesome. Where did that come from?" And there's always a kind of thing, I think in many ways when you meet a new family and you meet new people, is you just want to establish your bona fides. Do something that kind of makes you like stand down. People go, you know what, you're going to be okay. You know, we get that you're a little bit of a different rhythm here. Although I will tell you, when you have a big family like ours, there are a couple of misfit toys, to go back to that island. And there were a number of young girls at one of our big Christmas parties who are a bit distant, a bit odd girls out. And then this beautiful green-haired beauty walked into the room with her husband, confidently walking in with her husband with her green hair and her piercings and her great presence. And they said, "Oh, wait, look at that one. Look at that person. That's an adult." And they went over and they talked to her, and she got a chance to talk to them. And that made them happy that they were seeing that there were people in this family who were allowed to make choices in different directions and not just a traditional sort of, this is what we do, and this is who we are, and these are the kind of people we are, and don't be a weirdo, And there's the weirdo. And the weirdo's married to one of the weirdos. And so maybe there's room for weirdos around here. And they become like these beacons and these lights, what makes people a complete family is their ability to bring in lots of people of all kinds, both kinds, all kinds.
All kinds.
Yeah,
well, I just loved that, reading that. They will be spending Christmas on the ranch, and so it all just made a lot of sense for this
great.
California girl to not only not maybe make sense with Blake Shelton. They make so much sense now, and being on the ranch, come from California now to spend Christmas on the ranch with your own river. That's a pretty Cinderella story in its own kind of reverse way. So I love that, and I love that to this day Blake Shelton defined the day he brought Gwen Stefani home as one of the joys of his life when she emerged into it.
It's such a good feeling.
It's awesome.
When you love somebody, you can say, "This is the person that I want to be with. I'm so proud to be with this person. I feel like a better person because I'm with them." It's a great feeling.
It's very cool. Speaking of people who love each other and lift each other up, legends Trisha Yearwood and Garth Brooks, doing it again, always finding the joy in the relationship. They are, I can tell you, I've seen them in person multiple times in action together, and it is authentic. When you see couples that poise themselves to be this authentic and love couple, you see them on TV or whatever, and you kind of question, is that real or not? They are so genuinely in love that it is almost baffling. And Trisha Yearwood, she's always had an incredible voice. She's one of the, in my opinion, one of the best singers and female singers in country music. She's just really, from doing How Do I Live Without God, when you hear her do live How Do I Live Without You, and it's very different than LeAnn Rimes' version. When you hear her do it, it is so pure. But then she does Walk Away Joe and On a Bus to St. Cloud, and also, in my opinion, one of the best country songs ever written, the song Remembers When. If you don't know that song, go listen to that song and the lyrics. It is debatably one of the best country songs. But she's always had a voice. But when it came to songwriting, by the way, she says that confidence wasn't her thing. And it did not come easily to her until enter Garth Brooks, who came into her picture and says that, her husband, now 20 years, they've been together 20 years, he's the one that encouraged her to embrace creativity in a whole new way. And she says, I wonder if Trish Yearwood would come on We Should Ride, of course, because she says, you have to say the dumb thing and be okay if someone goes, I don't think that's it. And when somebody's saying to you in a writing room, that's not it, it doesn't mean that was a dumb thing you said. I don't like that. It just means that's not it here right now. However, now that you said it, it undoubtedly opened that person, that co-creator's brain, to go, in a different direction as well. And that kind of sort of trial and error didn't come naturally for her. But she says that, he said, Brooks said to her, he was the one that said, stop saying you're not a writer. You're a writer. She recalled, and she said, he became one of my biggest cheerleaders. Just stop saying I'm not a writer. Just say you're a writer. And it's interesting what happens when we change the narrative and we just say, it certainly happened for me when I would walk through Nashville and people be like, what do you do? And I'd be like, oh, I write songs, I'm a singer, I'm a radio host, and I have this venue I do, and then I own this thing called National Bunch. And people are like, I've already lost interest because I don't know who you are. And then I started walking rooms. I'm like, I'm a songwriter and a radio host. And it shifted. I'm like, I know who I am. That's what I do. And it put me in different pockets of conversations, And both Trisha Yearwood and Garth Brooks have very different approaches to writing. She says that she really leans toward the structure and the focus, while he's more loose and off the cuff. But they both found a rhythm that works for them. She said, I love this, and I quote, she goes, I'm a Virgo, so I like to sit down and write it all out and then have it done. And Garth Brooks likes to not write anything down. She says he'll throw out a line, and then it disappears for a couple months. And that balance and the spontaneity and structure, it's led to really meaningful collaborations between the two, which is really cool, including, by the way, their new very festive duet. It's called Merry Christmas Valentine, which is such a brilliant spin. Why did somebody never mash those two together before? And it's on her current album, Christmas album that's out, which is called Christmas Time, which is beautiful. Beautiful. I highly stress that you download it for this Christmas season. And so just on December 10th, Jim, by the way, they celebrated 20 years of marriage. And their song she wrote, the very best part of the last 20 years has been with you. Merry Christmas, Valentine. I love you. So cool, Jim. So we can expand even more on couples lifting each other up. You find that balance, whether it's a couple, a best friend, a relative, whatever it is. You find the yin to your yang, and things just change.
Yeah, and once again, I can speak from my own personal experience, having a person in my life who I argue with about literally a half second.
Everything.
Literally
and
a
then
half
get back
second.
to it.
Yeah, I mean, we literally had an argument one day over a half second. In regards to a commercial spot, I kept saying it's a half second too long. It's a half second too long, and it went back and forth forever today. And this is really funny. This is how I got told I was right. I got a late night email, which is par of the course for Claire, with the new recording of it with the half second gone, and all it said was, "You were right, CM." That's all I got. That's all I got. I went, victory is mine. Victory is mine. But there is something about it when, the thing is, it goes back to what he did, and we've talked about this so much, Lindsay, is one of the things about a trusted partner, whether they are romantic or just collaborative, is I give you permission to be you. And I love the idea of saying the foolish thing. And I just love the idea that there has got to be somebody who tells you, I don't care how stupid you are. All I care about is that you are trying to do something to get to something unique, authentic, and wonderful. Mm-hmm. And there is something about, I can't tell you the number of things that I think are wonderful that upon further review are actually really stupid too. Some of the comedians that I love, some of the lyrics I love. I think about John Lennon literally looking while George Harrison is trying to figure out how to write something, going, just say whatever's in your mind. Just say cauliflower until something better comes out. He said, just keep saying cauliflower. Who cares? He said, just keep going. Just keep going, George.
Don't lose the flow because you don't know the specificity of it.
Yeah, just don't lose the flow. And there's something about having somebody in our life who literally, the most mischievous version is the guy that elbows us in the ribs and saying, you're going to take that from that guy? You're going to take that standing down? But also the idea of like, dude, you're talented. Go get them. Repeat after me. I am talented.
I am talented. Go get them and find your people. Speaking of that, Jim, I just got a message from Joanna Sokol, who was just on with us, and she loved being on. And she said, "Guys, it was such a fun atmosphere, and we got into it that I forgot to even get space to say something to the truckers. So she wanted to specifically say to our truck drivers listening, Joanna, if you're just tuning in now, Joanna Sokol was an ambulance driver and has a beautiful book out about it, but she's so lighthearted and fun. And she said, I was thinking about truckers out on the road over the holidays, and I wanted to say hello to them. And that, and I quote, to anyone who's had a gas station turkey sandwich for their Christmas meal, we are right there with you, sending love from the ambulances. So I love that. More people to find your tribe, truck drivers, ambulance drivers, everybody out there on the road. What a great tie-in to, again, find the people that think like-minded, even if it's from different sides, from, ambulance driver to truck driver. You do very different things, but there is that common ground, and that common ground is being away from your family or friends on Christmas. So keep on keeping on. You are not alone. You are not alone, in the words of Michael Jackson. Okay, it's time to talk about, yes, your fingers up, Jim.
No, I was just saying, I was actually giving you an amen. I was giving you an amen.
Can I get an amen? Yeah. Jim Morgan Wallen. That guy. If you had to guess what his favorite Christmas movie is, what would you think it was?
A Christmas Story?
No, well, no, that would make more sense. It's Elf. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. But, what we are going to talk about? Yeah, he admits that he doesn't watch many Christmas movies, but Will Ferrell's Elf, if he has to choose one. Turd burglar because he doesn't watch Christmas movies.
Screw him.
But he says that the real he wants a real Christmas. I this is such a basic thing, but I actually really enjoy the real Christmas tree versus the fake Christmas tree debate. So much so that we've just incorporated both into our home. Seamus grew up with the real tree. I grew up with the fake. Therefore, we have both. He says that he grew up, his mom had fake trees growing up his whole life. Decorations, he says, decorating for Christmas, a tradition inspired by his mom, who raised him, was always decorated with several fake trees. He said not only did they have one fake tree, there was a bunch of fake trees in the house. So despite growing up with the fake ones, he now prefers, says it has to be real Christmas trees, multiple real Christmas trees. And for him, the holidays are about, he says, slowing down and enjoying the festive atmosphere. Okay, the other thing that comes up in this, we will talk real versus fake. Over in the chat, let us know, is it real or fake? But also, he says he finds it so sad, as we all do, when it's time to take down the decorations and the lights. So I also want to know, Jim, to you, when do we is it real or fake? If it's you, I know this year you're not decorating your own place for Christmas. You're not in your own home for Christmas. You're staying both at your parents', and then you and Claire will go over to what seemingly like a bed and breakfast. For you, I guess in that capacity this year, since it's not going to be the full-blown decoration, even though I know your mom does, what for you, real or fake, in your own space, even if it's a makeshift space? And then we're going to talk about when is too soon or too late to take down the holiday decorations.
Okay. I'm a New Orleanian, which means, especially this year, because Mardi Gras is so early, the sumbitch gets to stay up. We just take all those ornaments off and replace them with Mardi Gras ornaments. That being said, I think the 7th is the day you should wind it up, because the 12th day of Christmas is January the 6th. I think right around the 7th, you should start winding it up. You should not. When the AFC and NFC championships get played for the NFL, you should not have Christmas decorations around your house. That's the beginning of Super Bowl season. And the moment the playoffs really get kind of cooking in the NFL, you should have all that Christmas stuff gone.
So mine is going to be, that's really interesting from the New Orleanian standpoint, that since Mardi Gras happens earlier, even a little earlier, that they just sort of, that you don't have to take everything down. You just it sort of merges, melds, pivot. Melds.
Yeah.
For me, I think what we're going to do this year, I hear what you're saying when you say the 7th. For me, the 7th is when the kids go back to school this year, which is a Monday. And so I want to leave them up that week just because you're back to school or back to work. It's like back to the real world. Let's have that almost, I feel like, will soften the blow of back to the quote unquote real world. If we keep it up for that week, it helps us transition. It helps us pivot. And then that weekend, I will probably take him down. So the weekend of the 11th, 12th in January, whatever that is.
I like that plan. I have no problem with that plan. I have
I have a kid.
It's deliberative. It's thoughtful. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with what I call the slow bleed out and the slow sad into like not Christmas. No, if there's
or the person that blames taking him down on, I'm just not ready because I want to. That's just you being lazy, because it's a pain in the ass to take it down.
Are you having a party? No, then shut the living hell up, dude. If you're having a post-Christmas party to kind of keep the spirit going, good for you. If it's just like, I don't know, I'm just trying to maintain the spirit of Christmas, then keep it in your heart, pal. Pull the lights down. Sorry.
What about you, Dre? Are you fake tree? Are you real tree?
Ooh, I'm real tree now, because I grew up with fake trees, but I kind of want to instill this tradition with my kids growing up whenever I had those, that I want to get a real tree in. And in all honesty, I was going to do a fake one this year, but I'm like, oh, it's cheaper to get a real one apparently. So, all right, cool.
Oh, yeah.
And I just love the smell of it.
Well, unless you get the really nice fake one that you use every year, that's more of an investment piece versus going in and doing that. But the smell, the Griswold vibe of getting the real one.
And the fact of, like, when you said January is like 6th, 7th, I'm burning that baby in the fire pit, son.
Oh, yeah.
Good point.
Good bonfire. By the way, guys,
and
Steve.
It sounds like
crackles. That's awesome, dude. Steve, our friend Steve Cradell, he says real tree smells so good.
Yeah, it does. It smells so good, but we also you can get those little, so we do the real tree, and then we do also the fake tree in a different room, but we get those little pine scented ornaments that hang in it, so even our fake tree smells like a real tree. We go all in, guys. Okay, finally, born on this day in country and western music history in 1920, in Bolt, West Virginia, was Little Jimmy Dickens. Y'all, he's a legend around these parts. He's famous for his humorous novelty songs. Scare me like the Dickens. He's famous for his humorous novelty songs. He was only 4'11", and he would wear those rhinestone-studded outfits. He scored the 1965 #1 hit, "May the Bird of Paradise Fly Up Your Nose." So on that, I say, may the 2 turtle doves fly up your nose this Christmas. Merry Christmas. That's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Christmas and trucking.
Christmas and trucking.
And on the show, we celebrate Trucking with OOIDA coming up next.
Celebrate Christmas to the music. All righty, we'll be back next week.
Celebrate, dance to the music.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays. So we are lucky here at OOIDA headquarters in that twice a year, the association's board members come in from all parts of the United States and Canada. We should mention that, Ashley.
Yes, of course. Can't forget Canada.
To check in and talk about the direction the association is taking. And since they're already here and already in a talking mood, hopefully, we thought, why not get them into Studio A to chat? And that's what we're doing. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning. If we could just begin, if you could just introduce yourself. We'll go around the table a little bit. Tell us, where you're from, how long you've been on the OOIDA board, whatever you want to tell us about yourselves. And Mike, we can start with you.
Okay. My name is Mike Nichols. I'm an alternate board member. I've been here now. This is my second meeting since the election. And I'm from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. I'm a leased operator. Been in the business now for about 35 years, both driving and support positions, logistics, dispatch.
And what do you typically haul?
Pneumatic. I pull a pneumatic tank, so it's food grade. We haul flour, sugar.
Keeping busy.
Corn. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For sure. Harry, we've talked to you before on the show, so... You
Good
still need
back.
to introduce yourself, though.
Good to be back.
Welcome to be back. Yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself.
My legal name's Harrison Smith, but everybody calls me Harry. I'm 37 years old. I've
been trucking my whole life, and I'm serving my first term as a director here at OOIDA. I was formerly an alternate, and it's a privilege and an honor to have this ability and opportunity to be here and serve. And I am a company driver in a family trucking business based in Bountiful, Utah, just outside of Salt Lake City. Hopefully my siblings and me one day can buy my parents out of it and be a business owner. But our bread and butter is hauling sand and gravel, and I enjoy specialized transportation, heavy haul, overdimensional stuff that requires a permit is when I usually am at my best. So it's a privilege to be here this morning and speaking with you guys, and I hope we have some really nice conversation here.
That's the plan for sure. Matt?
My name's Matthew Bradley, or Matt. Been on the board since 2023, came in as an alternate, and was elected to my first term late last year, or it was this spring, I think. And been driving trucks for almost 14 years. Company driver right now, currently hauling refrigerated products, and I'm from Benton Harbor, Michigan. Also outside of OOIDA, I'm on the local school board there in Benton Harbor, currently serving as treasurer, and I've been doing that for 5 non-consecutive years. I have a passion for public education and also trucking, and try to balance it both. And so I'm blessed to be here on the board and to lend my voice to other truckers as well.
Yeah, we're thankful to have all three of you here for starters.
Very grateful. We're curious, we've been, of course, talking about the how things are going, and it doesn't seem like from our perspective they're going well, but I am curious from your guys' perspective, what are things like out there nowadays?
Well, there's not a better country. There's not a better country in the world to live in, so it's a little bit of perspective. I didn't have to get up this morning and go to war, so I'm thankful for that. I have my health, which is a huge blessing. So if, as a truck driver, if we can take a little bit of perspective and recognize that our bodies are tools that allow us to enjoy this career that we've chosen, we need a little bit of perspective to recognize there's never been a greater time to be alive than today. So with that little bit of goodness, I think that we need to focus on the happiness that we can have in trucking and recognize that hard times are part of this industry. No one got into this because it's easy.
Yeah.
And, I just want to lead with that it might be a little bit harder now than it was a year ago, but it's still pretty dang good.
Yeah. What hardships are you guys seeing out there? Are you dealing with anything? We hear obviously rates are not great right now. Overcapacity. We've got a number of issues right there. Are you guys dealing with anything on a personal level, on an everyday basis? Mike, you're nodding your head there.
Certainly. Overcapacity, I think, is huge, just in terms of the stress, the congestion on the road. That goes hand in hand with truck parking, or the lack thereof, as it may be. And then, just the overall congestion. And, of course, that also affects rates, because it's supply and demand that, for various reasons, trucking doesn't seem like it thinks it doesn't apply to them in many cases. But, no, it absolutely does. And we have a oversupply of trucks right now. So
yeah.
It is a hardship.
Yeah.
But I'm also blessed and honored, to be where I'm at in trucking, and also to be here at OOIDA. So
yeah,
you take the ups and downs every day.
Sure. Matthew.
I was just, going to add on to what my other fellow drivers have been saying as well. Is it's a blessing and it's an honor to be out here. I've met people who have, started out as leasing drivers, and then they went and got a truck, and it just became overwhelming. I've had conversations with a close friend, and they were stressed to the point where they just started crying because they were having issues one after another, dealing with the truck. And then I think some of the other issues you have out here is we we come out here, as truckers, but now starting to see a lot of individualism and not a lot of teamwork or family thing. There's still that family element, but not as strong as it used to be. Nowadays people rather make content for social media than to get out the truck and just take the extra time to help somebody. And it's like, come on, we're out here to solve problems together. Yeah, we're going to laugh and talk about it. I'm going to go buy you something to drink, afterwards, and we're going to sit down and, laugh about it. But, that teamwork element is kind of on the downward slide.
Yeah, this is the beauty of live, and I'll put that in air quotes, live radio. Tilden Curl just walked in the room.
Thank you for joining
Board
us.
member Tilden, thanks
Sorry,
for joining us.
appreciate you coming in.
No, better late than never for sure. We're just having a chat about the situation out there right now, and obviously we're on year 3 going on 40 of this freight recession, which is hitting certain people obviously harder than others. Tilden, you've been around for a little while. You've been trucking for how many years now?
A little over 30.
A little over 30. So it's been a while. Mike was just talking about the cyclical nature of the trucking industry, ups and downs. We go through this all the time. We see it all the time. Does this one feel a little different to you in any way?
Yeah, it does. I've been independent for over 30 years and been kind of watching the trucking industry for about 35 years. And, as you said, it's cyclical and you expect that. And so, and it can go with the time of year and it can also go with the flow of the economy. So, in a good economy in the summertime, I pull flatbed. So most of my freight is related to construction type. So with that being said, summertime, it usually picks up. And then wintertime, of course, it falls off when the construction projects kind of start dwindling down. And then there's the economic recession that goes along with it. Like in 2008, things were really tough for a while. And incidentally, that was a year I just decided to buy a new truck. And so it really hit me hard then. And so along with that, we start coming out of it in different ways. And we have a few years of good freight in the middle. And then you expect, there's always ebbs and flows to the freight market. And so we're at a point right now that things have tightened up. The economy is tight. As far as independents and people working off the load boards and through brokers and stuff, they're taking a real hit right now because of the overcapacity in the market. And because of that overcapacity, things are going to have to come around to the point that this capacity is going to have to tighten up before the economy will start coming back for us drivers. And so I think, as we go into this, as soon as we see the economy start picking up, we'll be the first ones to see that out our windshields.
Yeah.
Tilden, I'm a little bit younger than you, and so is Matthew, but does this have any similarities to what 2008 brought? I mean, I was a lot younger then, and the impacts of a major recession like that didn't hit me the way they could hit me now as a grown up, if you will.
Right.
So just as a 30-year veteran that's went through 2008, I think you bought a truck with the first the first emissions round, which
I did.
You were a good example of what not to do.
Exactly.
So,
or actually the price of government intervention in trucking.
Yes, an emissions tax that's got an expiration on it. So
yes.
Tell us, is there similarities? Should we be more concerned than we are to 2008 and what we have today?
Well, the similarities are that it hits the people that are leased on to companies. They're the people that are brought in when freight is plentiful. They bring in all these lease operators. You have your truck payments and everything. You lease on with a company, and they run you. But a company, when things get lean like this, a company will lay off their private contractors or owner operators, however you want to put it. And so in that respect, this is the same as '08, because as freight tightens up, there's a segment of our trucking industry that only operates on the ebbs and flows of the economy in trucking. This one is different in the respect that it has lasted as long as it has. Typically, a recession like this will go through maybe a year, and then things will start picking up. But we're going into looking at possibly, if you really want to get back to the beginning of it, probably 3 years.
It's right when COVID, after truckers were heroes.
Yeah.
And then overnight we were back to being, don't park on our street, get out of here.
Exactly. We went from hero to zero there real quickly, because during COVID, I mean, there was demand. We were doing good because we were considered essential workers, and we could continue to supply the nation. But once everybody stocked up, then they didn't need more stock. So, of course, the capacity was reduced. I mean, was overcapacity then.
And we had how many new registrants, even just within OOIDA, applying for a DOT number?
Right.
Went from 40,000 a year to 80,000, doubled or tripled.
Right.
Because everybody was trying to chase the quick dollar.
Everybody wanted a piece of the apple.
Yeah. And I think another thing that contributed to that was social media. You get people that would jump online that did not have any trucking experience or very limited trucking experience and say, oh, I can make $100,000 in my first month of trucking, or, however long it was. And then you end up getting people that were buying trucks that did not have any trucking experience. Then when they buy those trucks, they're hired drivers that had good experience, and then they would literally screw them over by not, paying them the right thing, not maintaining the truck. So that's another thing that's contributing to a lot what's going on now too.
So we still have all of those trucks out here. I assume they're still out here today. Everybody that got in 3 years ago contributing to this. Running for under $2 a mile.
That's interesting, Matthew, because you've brought it up, I think, twice now, the social media aspect of this. And Mike and Tilden, when you first started out, 30 plus years ago, social media wasn't a thing. No.
You guys weren't on TikTok back then?
No.
TVs were a thing back then.
Exactly.
Yes.
The internet was barely a thing, 30, 35 years ago, if I'm doing my math right. I'm just curious, Mike, from your perspective, the social media aspect of this, and the thing that you were talking about, Matthew, I think is an important thing to maybe kind of latch onto and explore a little bit, because this is a whole new world out there, and there is so much bad information, as you pointed out, with a lot of these social media posts that go out there, and a lot of just incorrect information about what's really going on out there. This has been a new thing that has come up, in the past 15 years. Mike, where you stand from where you began and where things go now, do you think social media is having some sort of impact on trucking in maybe a negative way, kind of like what Matthew's talking about?
Well, I think, it's like most things, you got to take the good with the bad. So there is some definite negatives as far as people's, yearning for the spotlight, if you will, and maybe doing more social media influencing instead of, being truckers.
Yeah.
And I think something that, interestingly enough, the internet's supposed to get everybody connected, but today I feel more detached and atomized than ever before. And there's, three things our industry is lacking right now, and that's culture, camaraderie, and cohesion. And I think those three things are inextricable to safety.
Say those three again.
Culture, cohesion, and camaraderie.
Yeah.
And those are lacking in our business. They've been on a downward trend for over 20 years.
It feels like it's lacking not just in trucking, but in society.
In everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Which is why it causes me a lot of consternation, because if it was just trucking, I would feel like, maybe this problem is more solvable than it is. But since it's across every facet of society and the workscape, it feels like maybe this is a bigger problem, and something that obviously we want to look at as far as in terms of affecting our members in the trucking industry, but that maybe society at large has to look at, you know. So
well, let's solve it. We got 6 people in here. We can solve it.
And I would add on to what you were saying, you know, like you said, you take the good and the bad with social media. I came into trucking in early 2012, and social media was, you know, just kind of starting to gain traction. And I think in the first few years of trucking, there were truck driving Facebook groups. Met a lot of friends from around the country, developed close friendships. And so some of my closest friends are truck drivers that don't even live in my hometown. But if I have an issue and I know I'm in their area, they'll call and say, hey, where are you at? Or now, you know, that's how we stay connected. So there's one
that's
thing.
That's good.
So that's how one way you can build cohesion. But like you said, in the last 20 years, it's just been a downward slope, you know. I can go back to being at the truck stop at the sit-down restaurants. You can go in, you know, they were still around for a few years when I started driving. You can go in, you can hear sob stories, you can hear, you know, craziness, but you can hear some good wisdom from a lot of the drivers in there. And I miss that, you know, connection of community.
Yeah, to add on to that, Matthew, that was going down the road that I was sitting here thinking, you know, in the early days, you would go in at the end of your day, you would sit down in the truck stop. Flying J had their flat iron steak for $9.99. You'd go in there and sit down and have a sit-down meal in the restaurant at the truck stop. And there would be all these other drivers out there. And you'd get education from just listening to them talk about the things that they went through day after day after day. The heavy haulers going downhill, how you have to gear down, and back then the Jake brakes didn't work very well. So, you know, you really had to be conscientious of what you're doing to not overheat your brakes and that sort of thing. So you got your education not only on the road, but in the truck stops. And you had that common connection where you got to make that connection with your fellow drivers out there. And today that's been replaced by trucks with microwaves and refrigerators in them and social media. So now if you get together, you're told what to think based on the social media input that you get, rather than hearing the diversity of comments about situations in the truck stop itself.
And we had, and you say that now about the new trucks coming along with that. I was in one of my group chats with some of my social media truck driver friends, and so one of the drivers brought up, well, if they don't offer a microwave or a refrigerator, I don't want to go. And everybody's like, look, you're not going over there for that. You're going over there to make money.
Right. Yeah.
Buy a microwave, I guess.
Yeah. Like you just go anywhere and buy one.
Right. What do you mean there's no jacuzzi?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm curious, Matthew, you know, talking about social media and being on there, you see a lot of like trucking influencers, and they make it look very glamorous. I could see there being some good in that, in a sense of showing people, opening up to see, like, what does a truck driver actually do? Have you found that as far as it allows people to kind of maybe understand the job a little bit better?
I will say from my personal experience, I think it was about 2011, and I was looking at going into truck driving. I had always been infatuated with going into driving, either school buses, but trucking wasn't on my radar. So around 2011, that was just the start. There was a few YouTube videos, and what they did was I would sit there and, I want their job, but between tasks, I would sit there and I would watch the YouTube videos, and I would see him in the different areas, and I'm like, oh, I want to do that. So those influencers that are actually out here telling the information, telling it how it really is. I just ran into a content creator, and she has stopped me. Works for the same company I work for, and she said, "Hey, you want to do a YouTube interview?" And I'm like, "Okay, I guess." And so I'm on YouTube, I guess, doing that interview, and she said, I got tired of watching people post things and not having factual information. And so that irritates me a lot, because you see that all the time. Oh, in this, no, just tell it how it really is. You'll get a lot more people. Tell useful information. Don't make clickbait, don't try to sell a dream, but tell people how it really is out here, because you get those people that will come into trucking And
have
then they'll
no idea what it's
have
really like.
And then as soon as they get out here, 2 months later, 3 months later, it's, oh, it's not for me. Oh, I want to go home. No, just tell it how it is. It's going to be some tough days. You're going to miss things at home. You're going to miss family. You're going to miss, X, Y, and Z. So, yeah.
That's exactly when I was reading my bio today on our website, and in there it talks about.
That's something you do often, Harry.
No, I love it.
To remind yourself who you. Wait, hey, hang on.
One of my core issues I haven't thought about in a year or two is we talk about the myth of truck driver shortage, and it's really exactly what you just touched on, where you have that new guy that's coming in that's seen the reality TV version of trucking, not the making of the production of trucking TV series.
Yeah.
And that new guy starts here with dreams and ambitions and hopes and loves the industry and wants to be at the truck stop talking to that old guy about how to time his trip correctly so he can hit every port of entry when it's not busy. And then in 3 months, he's left broke, destitute, abandoning the truck, cursing this industry and walking away from it. We lose a good. Imagine your story. There's a unique. Matthew, you have a super unique role here. I was born into trucking. Mike, were you born into trucking? Like, I literally don't know anything besides trucking. Like, my dad raised me in a truck.
Yes, I'm a second generation.
Tilden, I mean, for you?
No, this is a second occupation for me. My first occupation was oil field. And I spent, some 15 years or so in the oil field. And after I got out, because I had small kids and I needed to be at home more with my family. And so I started doing local work, driving a truck. And that's how I got into trucking. I got my CDL from the city of Olympia on their emergency hire program for their garbage trucks. And that's where I got my CDL. And after that 6-month program was over, here I was jobless again. So I used my CDL and started driving truck then.
And you come from a different time.
Completely.
When a city could take a risk on a young person like you that had aptitude and gave you a career opportunity. What I was saying is so unique about Matt is imagine your experience doesn't go well when you hire on into trucking in 2012. Imagine you do get hooked into one of those predatory contracts from a leasing company, and we don't have you at this table here today because 3 months into it, you leave this industry and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. So it's really amazing that you were able to make those right decisions. And we're definitely going to give credit to the man upstairs.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because there's countless people that are like you, like me, that don't make it through that first month.
Because they're thrown into the fire.
They're thrown into the fire and they're recycled, and they're the cheapest driver that can be hired, and they keep them for as long as they can take advantage of them. So it's so unique. Your story,
many people. So many people.
Your story is amazing.
Thank you.
And because, like I said, I kind of have a cheat code. I had my dad pushing me along in trucking, and you found this, and you're here at OOIDA today. It's amazing, and
appreciate
that's really cool.
And I would say this real quick. Thank you for that. But hey, that first year, those first 2 years, it was tough, but you learn the ropes. And I started at a company that they said, hey, you work a certain amount of time for us, we'll pay for your CDL. That was the goal. Got my certificate of completion, and here we are 14 years later.
That's awesome.
One of the biggest things I think that is different today is, and maybe it's not so different, I don't know, but the drivers get into the business without knowing the business of trucking. And I say that a lot to people considering buying a truck. And if you start out working for a company as a company driver, you get to know trucking in that respect, but you don't have to worry about the money coming in or paying for repairs and such as that. And then somebody comes along and tells you, hey, man, you can make $5,000 a week if you'll just buy a truck. And they'll go out and buy a $15,000 truck, and 2 weeks down the road, it's on the side of the road. You're looking at a $1,000 tow bill and a $5,000 repair bill. And they don't have the money to back that up. And so it's important that people understand the business of trucking in each and every aspect that you go through, from, starting out as a company driver, and then eventually maybe buying your own truck, and then from there taking the big step and go out, get your own authority and do the whole business yourself. But if you don't understand the business of trucking, you're already out before you even get in.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Merry Christmas.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
We are speaking with Matthew Bradley, Mike Nichols, Tilden Curl, and Harry Smith, OOIDA board members, about a number of topics here. Just a conversation about the industry and where things stand, and kind of some perspectives here. Harry, I want to go back to the buzzword you said earlier. You said it. We should have set off some alarm bells or something.
Myself in trouble
when you
again,
said no. You said you talked about the driver shortage, myth, and that narrative that we see continue to get churned up. That said, I feel, and I'm curious all your perspectives here, but I have felt in the past couple years that there's been a shift. It seems like more and more people are realizing that there is no driver shortage. This is a retention issue, exactly what you guys are talking about, that this industry, too many people are churning people out and looking at them as, expendable commodities or what have you.
Lowest common denominator.
Yes, we're seeing a lot of that, obviously, for, that's no news to anybody here. But the driver shortage narrative, Mike, we can start with you. Do you feel like we're seeing that kind of slip away here a little bit? I feel it shifting. Do you feel
you're seeing some of the, proponents of the driver shortage narrative, myth. You're seeing them start to backtrack. I think recently ATA pretty much dropped it entirely.
Very quietly, yeah. They're trying to
platform.
Quietly back away from it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, I don't know if that's equating to differences in how we view truckers, truck drivers, owner-operators, the market in general. I still think that it's the lowest common denominator seems to be the mindset. And, whether or not there really does come down to be a noticeable difference in capacity, I guess remains to be seen. But, you can't have overcapacity and then also claim a driver shortage at the same time.
Yeah.
And even I think the ATA made some remarks recently that, well, we're lacking, quality drivers, or we're lacking, this or that. I don't know. I feel though a lot more needs to be done to put that finally to bed. I still think you have some politicians and some regulators that operate under the guise of, there must be a shortage because people don't want to do I still see people quoted in media Americans don't want to do this job, or, sure they do.
Yeah.
Pay them enough and they'll definitely do it.
And treat them right.
And treat them right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, I think a lot more needs to be done on that. But at least people are starting to have that conversation with some sincerity now, more so than they have in years past. Yeah, absolutely.
How about you guys? You feel like we're maybe nearing a turning point for this driver shortage?
What is it turning into? It's going away from, there's a truck driver shortage to, there's another crashed truck from someone that doesn't know what they're doing, because anyone can get into an automatic with mirror sensors and drive down the road. So we're taking one problem and replacing it. I'm just asking, like, you guys, what's the problem we're replacing it with?
That's a good question. It's something that we don't really think about. And I know with that YouTube interview, I touched on it a few weeks ago. There's no driver shortage. It's how we're treating drivers, how are we training drivers. You get some companies that you bring new people out here and they treat drivers like crap. You can't go home. Well, you didn't request time off enough. It's like, wait a minute now. Then there's, like you said, the new problem now. Okay, now we got to demonize somebody now. And it's like, all right, but how were you trained? Was it a family member that trained you, somebody else that trained you? But, now I'm starting to see a lot out here now. I'm starting to see a lot of people actually go get proper training. But is that enough? Is there going to add fire to that problem? So that's another thing to look at.
Yeah. It's one of these things, too, that again, we've talked about the dangers of perpetuating this driver shortage myth. And I think it's safe to say that ATA has kept it alive as long as they can, because it serves to their benefit in a number of ways. And, these technologies that they're trying to put out there, and under 21 drivers, the list goes on and on. But again, it dovetails into a bunch of other issues that are kind of affecting the industry, as you point out there, Matthew. And I'm wondering this week, and we're recording this on day one of the board meetings. So you guys are going to be going through meetings over the next few days and having these discussions. But the issues that are out there right now that OOIDA is sort of tackling and addressing, and we'll just go around the table here. What's like at the top of the list for you as kind of a priority you think that the association should be focusing on, or an issue that you feel the association, has been doing a good job of addressing and should continue down that road? What's kind of at front of mind for you guys in terms of the most important issue, I suppose? We'll put Tilden on the spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I think the idea that there is one particular cause that's most important is a bit of a misconception, because we have the issues with non-domicile CDLs. We have the issue of the English proficiency. And then we also have the issues of countering the narratives that's out there about the truck driver shortage. And then we also have the issue with the H-1B visas, where other drivers come in from other countries to compete in our market. And our economy is based on supply and demand. So for drivers, if the supply of drivers gets low, the demand goes up. So when the demand goes up, you make more money. But you bring people in from other countries, so you affect the supply, and thereby you reduce the demand, and it has kept us from growing financially in a meaningful way over the years. And so I think all of these things share an equal importance in the industry.
And you left out truck parking, emissions.
I didn't even get that.
I mean, there's a lot of other issues that
Yeah.
affect you every day.
Every day.
Every day.
That you didn't even bring up, and those are 4 major topics that you hit.
Yeah.
If I can hijack the microphone.
Sure.
English proficiency, huge. Non-domiciled CDLs, probably the biggest issue. I mean, what's second? I mean, you know, if I'm wrong, tell me. But non-domiciled CDLs is a major source.
It's a big deal.
It's a major pathway for me to be replaced by someone that doesn't care about this country.
That's right.
And sends every penny outside of this country back home. I mean, everybody's got to eat, but that's not what built this country and got us here today. So when you talk about the financial repercussions of H-1B visas happening, those H-1B visa drivers, they don't have a home in San Antonio where they're paying property tax and sending kids to school. That money is going to their home country, and the second that they aren't needed here or that they can leave, they're gone. So other issues that, you know, in trucking that we want to cover, parking, the demand to have a new truck all the time because the new trucks don't last like the old trucks that used to.
Man.
Like, you know, your hard lessons learned in 2008.
Yes.
And
Yeah. But that's the thing that, you know, you talk about non-domiciled CDLs. We've seen so much action on this in the past, 4 months, 5 months, whatever it's been, faster than anything that I can remember in a long time in terms of actually looking at the issue and addressing the issue and taking action on the issue. You know, we've got a number of bills actually out there dedicated to it. But have you been encouraged by what you've seen in terms of the action on this issue? Because obviously it's something that matters. Mike, is it something that matters to you as well?
Well, my number one issue in creating my platform when I ran for the alternate board member position here at OOIDA, my number one issue is foreign owned and operated carriers, drivers. I think we could add brokerages to that list. And it always has been, and it still is. I think that is a existential threat to American trucking, to the trucking industry, you know, being a place where, you know, you can have a good job, raise a family, buy a house, take a vacation, send your kids to college maybe. All of those things I think are in jeopardy because we are looking for the dollar, you know, the cheapest way to move those goods. And, you know, there really isn't any reason for such a thing as a non-domiciled CDL or an H1 or H2B visa or whatever they're, you know,
Well,
they're
and
using.
the thing that we should also talk about here is that the people who are in these situations, in a lot of cases, are also being taken advantage of.
Absolutely.
And you're
100%.
looking for a bad guy.
They're
It's-
literally being forced to live in their hotshot pickup truck. It's inhumane, and it's
It is.
So you have these guys show up. You know, I ship stuff every now and then, and I just like, my option is to hire this guy that can do it for me, or go back to a customer and literally ask for 4 times the money to get one of our company trucks to carry it. And at that point, I lose the business. I can't do it. I can't help them, or I'm faced of having to do what the market has forced me to do, and hiring this hotshot that has the scotch taped door logo on, you know, and I let the customer drive that decision. Like, hey, here's your pricing options. Send it on Scotch Tape Express, and you just, you know, the guys are living in their trucks. You get to talking to them. Their dispatcher lives in Mongolia, and this driver's from Kazakhstan, and you can tell they're living in the super cab. You know, I'm a Ford guy, so they live in a super cab. And I bring up the hot shots because the hot shots now are hauling 26,000 pounds.
Yeah.
They're not, it's not 6,000 pounds loads like it was 10, 15 years ago. They're hauling 26,000 pounds. So I bring up the hot shot guy, you know, and you can tell they're living in their truck, and it's just like, my goodness, what have we come to as a country that this is how we move freight around.
And we're accepting it. Yeah.
And I'm engaging. I'm guilty of it because the market has forced me into that. I mean, I could say no and turn the business away, but I have an army of people that I need to help perpetuate our business, and
Yeah.
and so it's just an impossible position to be put in.
Yeah, Matthew, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick too, and it's a safety issue too. Whether it be the hot shot trucks or the semi trucks, you get people that get this half equipment that's not even up to standard. And I already know at my company, my safety director, she is very strict and she expects excellence. But then I see these other trucks that are being held together by duct tape and zip ties, and
So their safety standards not very high, Matthew.
right?
Is that what you're saying?
Definitely,
You can tell the truck's literally never been to a truck
right.
wash.
Yeah, it's never, and it's pieces holding on the steps. It's like, come on, guys. And so I think that's one issue too. Is a safety thing. I'm concerned about people. It's like, come on, you go down the highway, brakes are failing. Yeah. So it's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, you said something, and I wanted to circle back to it because you mentioned the non-domiciled CDLs. I think you said and I'm paraphrasing, but they shouldn't really even be a thing. And they were first introduced as a kind of convenience factor, right?
Right.
They're
for someone to get a CDL in
Right.
a state that they didn't reside in, but I don't believe
It was, I believe, originally it was in case a state lost their accreditation. Like, say I'm in Utah and my Utah DMV loses their ability to issue
Yeah.
CDLs or their ability to have CDLs, I could go to Wyoming and get my CDL there because they're still up to the standard. I think that's what it's rooted in.
Right.
That's what the non-domiciled CDL was rooted in.
Yeah. So I mean, is there a conversation to be had about, why do we even have them? Period. Because I know the association, is talking about the Rouser bill and codifying what the Trump administration has been doing on this issue. And I've seen that argument too, that question out there as to whether, this should even be a thing, period,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In my view, it is the number one issue. Close second with infrastructure. We have a very declining infrastructure, I see, and then of course emissions.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're done seeing that rear its ugly head, unfortunately. So,
yeah.
But I mean, that's the number one issue is why. And it goes along with the trucker shortage, narrative or myth. Why are we using foreign labor to do these jobs when, our own market, if it were allowed to organically ebb and flow without this pressure on capacity, it would iron itself out. I mean, you would have plenty of people willing to do that job if they were paid right and treated right.
We've only got a few minutes left. I did want to go around the table just one more time here. We've been raising a bunch of challenges and difficulties, and there are certainly those in the industry. But as I think all of you have pointed out in your own ways, this is a great industry. It's full of great people who are doing, great things. There are people struggling out there. I'm wondering if you might just give a few bits of advice to folks out there who are listening, who maybe have been going through a tough time. You all are successful in your own ways, in your own businesses. What would you say to that man or woman at the truck stop who you overhear at the Iron Skillet, kind of talking about,
They're sponsored by the Iron Skillet or something.
Yeah.
Open them back up 24 hours.
Yeah, but what would you say to them though? Tilden, maybe we can start with you since you've, been doing this for a while.
Well, I don't really know where to start. There's so many things. When you look at the challenges of getting into the business, and you look at them as a combined mass of issues or problems, if you will, challenges that you have to solve. One of the things I learned early on is pulling from the old expression, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And so when you start getting into the business and you start to realize these things are problems or challenges, then you solve that. And sometimes others will go away. But if you try to solve everything all at once, you're going to drive yourself crazy and you're going to get nothing done. So you start with the most pressing challenges you have, solve that. And whatever plays into that. Sometimes you have to solve other problems surrounding that, and it'll correct itself. But I think all in all, that would be my recommendation, is just one bite at a time. Just fix a problem as it comes up. Deal with the problem. Don't put a Band-Aid on it. Fix it. If you don't know something, learn it. Yeah,
it's overwhelming. Gentlemen, advice?
I would say stay grounded in your faith. Stay encouraged. Seek wisdom. Just like Tilden said, ask a question. Keep an open mind. Be ready to learn. Take it one day at a time. As the Bible says, sufficient for the day is its own trouble. Let tomorrow worry about tomorrow, but focus on what you can solve today and stay safe.
Mike and Harry, can you top that?
I really can't. I think I can only echo that. One of the things that I've done, throughout my trekking career is always listen to guys that know more than I do, and there's plenty of them. And even today, I still meet them, and I'm still very receptive to any of the wisdom that they can impart. And there's a lot of them. So, I think that's the biggest thing you can do. And
yeah, great advice.
Yeah.
Matt, if you're not careful, you're going to end up as the chaplain of OOIDA, all right? There's a theme around this table, and that's finding a mentor. And that's one of the best things. I love to refer to my dad as a cheat code because he has learned so many hard lessons for me. And we have a fellow board member, Monty Wiederhold. His dad just passed away. And I found Monty this morning, and I said, hey, we're missing a seat at this table. He always brings his dad to the board meetings, and he used to serve on the board. So it gives me a little bit of an insight to really enjoying having my dad here. My dad wasn't afforded that luxury. Ralph Smith, my grandpa, passed away when my dad, Doug, was 25 years old. So I enjoy having my dad here every day. He's my mentor. Everyone should have a mentor. You've got to step out of your comfort zone. I mean, it's really uncomfortable to admit you're doing something wrong or face that reality of like, I'm not as smart as I think I am. I'm not as good as I think I am. And you have to step out of that comfort zone and open up yourself to that mentor of, hey, I think I need help here. I can recognize how, let's just use any board member that we have an OOIDA. If every person in the membership had a question, they can look up one of those board members, they can call them, and how thrilled would that board member be that a newer person in the industry or a 10-year veteran of the industry called a board member and said, hey, here is my situation. What can I do? Every board member would be thrilled to help and be that mentor. So my biggest advice or my biggest high spot is have a mentor, find a mentor. And that is going to be your biggest advantage. My dad is my cheat code, and I have other mentors. That I have a heavy haul friend in Las Vegas that I rely on all too often, but my goodness, does he make a 10-hour problem about 5 minutes. It's amazing what a good mentor can do. So find that mentor, and you have to step out of your comfort zone to find that mentor. I had to step out of my comfort zone to open up myself and be vulnerable and say, hey, I really respect you. I want your help. Will you please be there for me and help me? And trucking is never going to be easy. Every day is a challenge. Every day. But you got to just try and find 15 minutes of joy in that day, and that makes it worth it. And as my mother says, if you're going to be in trucking, you've got to be relentless, because there's always somebody that wants your job right the second you're not there to do it. So be relentless.
A lot of wisdom, a lot of mentors in the building, great advice. Great advice and wisdom in this room. So we appreciate all four of you taking the time to speak with us. We know you got to get away and do some other stuff, but we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having us.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with Howes. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. Howes, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
And our thanks again there to Mike Nichols, Harry Smith, Tilden Curl, and Matthew Bradley for their time. It's a busy week.
It is a very busy week
when they come through here.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of free time. I don't think.
No, so yeah, we're thankful that they spent that time with us. Obviously, in the midst of all these meetings and conversations that they're having on the sidelines of the board meetings. We should mention that we've got more of these coming throughout the coming days. The next one, we'll be speaking with Monty Wiederhold, Danny Schnautz, and Mark Elrod. We've actually already talked to them. It was a great conversation. They've got a lot of good stories.
Yeah, they really do.
From their past and from the road. That's one thing I really love about when the board members come in is.
Yeah, it's interesting because they're from all over.
Yeah.
And then to kind of just hear their perspective, especially because a lot of them, experienced drivers, they've been in the business a long time. So it's interesting to hear their perspective on things and just to hear how things are going.
Yeah. So we've got them coming up. And then Linda Allen and Joanne Couture. We've talked with Joanne before, a fellow Canadian, actually.
Love Joanne. Not
Also,
just because she brought us snacks either, but
well, she didn't bring us snacks.
oh, she brought me snacks.
Yeah,
I shared.
Yeah,
Got you a little bowl of chips.
You had a couple chips. Yeah, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna get some ketchup chips. That's the big one, the ketchup chips.
Yeah.
I don't know why we don't have those.
All dressed. I don't either. It's what is going on with the U.S.
How much time do you have?
Could be said for a few things, but why?
I don't know. We love our chips too.
Maybe I should fire up the chat on Lay's or something and
ask
see
them.
why don't you have ketchup
Dear
chips?
chatbot.
You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to put that on my to-do list.
All right. Well,
I'll get back to you. Let you know.
Please keep us updated.
I will.
You can check out Ashley's blog for more chip-related questions, Q&A.
You know what?
Situation.
That's not a bad idea.
That is not a bad idea, actually.
A chip review.
So yeah, we've got great conversations coming up. Colin Long also will be coming in and talking from a Washington, D.C. perspective and the government affairs and what they're doing to continue pushing all these issues. The big one right now, and the big one that came up time and time again in these conversations was driver training and shoring that up and strengthening it. So looking forward to all these conversations. We hope you will check them out here on Trucking with OOIDA. In the meantime, thanks for all you do out there to keep America moving and drive safe. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.